I can now re-enable the redeems that I had to disable because everybody was using them at the beginning, and by everybody I mean Christopher. Which was delaying my ability to appear because I had a camera stuck to my face. Okay, I'm turning them on now. Ah!
Very funny.
Yes.
Do you ever think?
Cheese!
Yeah, well, clearly everybody here thinks cheese. You ever think you should just keep your redeems off so people can't throw cheese at you? This is probably not a very relatable thing. But hello! It is I, the evil retro cat thingy currently, I guess. Yeah, wait, let me try a thing. Wait. Oh, look at that! Hello, hi. My hand is coming out of the screen. Oh, what are you doing to my fingers?
Oh god. Hi. Oh yeah, I fixed the problem of the delay growing ever bigger at the start of my last stream. Why am I positioned weird? What's going on?
Cheese.
No, it's still weirdly off center. Why cheese? Anyway, it's because it was spewing out thousands of null reference error messages. I don't understand why that broke though, but anyway, I fixed it.
Cheese.
Why? Thank you for the pad spawn mess. Also, welcome Lotus and Christopher and Bonus and Belgian and Trades. Big Uke energy. Hi Fox, a Uke stream at this time. I might have missed a bedtime. No, fuck. So many rage against them. Stop hiding on your desk. We can see your tail waggling. Look, I'm gonna waggle my tail as much as I need to be able to find a thing. Also, hello Liquid Cake. Welcome. Worm. Cinnamon Dark Troll. Hi. Why are we eating the Uke already? At least wait till the Uke is on screen properly. It still happens though, that's the thing. I'm gonna have to now learn to disable my redeems until I first appear, but unfortunately it's gonna make everybody queue up everything. At least I'll do it once I'm getting close to appearing or something, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, welcome Chaos. Hello, hi. Bringing Uke to the vet today in her cage. Needs a checkup. No! I actually thought that my appearing on the screen would be fast enough that you'd get to see the jail effect. There you go. Okay, thank you. Thank you for redoing it, I guess. Question mark. Needs a checkup. Wait, oh god, wait, what? Anyway, welcome Alex as well. Hello. Hi. Welcome in Sleepy Teal Coder as well. Hello. Welcome.
After watching the Earth turn for 24 hours, the scientists got bored and called it a day.
Nice. Thank you, Joko bro. Hi. Welcome. Yuki's in the terminal being evil as if she was /dev/null. Hey now. Dev-null is not. No, Dev-null is not evil. What are you talking about? Dev-null, that's very kind. Should try Holy Retro Eyes. Holy Retro. Yeah, I actually kind of like Holy Retro because it's like really glowy. I don't know, I'm a sucker for glowy stuff. Dark Web Uke. Catching up in the chat. Sorry. Hello, Dr. Dankenstein. Hi. Welcome. Cat! Hello! Wait, sorry. It's the law that I turn on reverb when I say cat! Hi. Welcome. You cute. Okay, I've never seen that try to be combined into one. Nice. Wait, a regular one? A very strong British accent? I think it's quite a regular one. Is it? I don't know. It is certainly a British accent. Anyway, let me catch up on the redeems. 1 second. Thank you for the Pats Ascento. Oh, it was 2 days ago. Never mind. Well, still thank you. Should say that again when they're actually here. Thank you for the hydration, Christopher, as well. Let me do that.
Cheese.
Oh no, Cat, is that why they're taking me to the vet? Christopher said they want to take me to the vet. And thank you, Bonmas, for the prize. Okay, I think I've caught up now. I think I've caught up. I think I have. I think. So music needs to calm down just a little bit. Take a drink from your boa of Weya. I'm sorry, I'm gonna pronounce it exactly like that because I like it. What is that emote? Oh, that's kind of cool. That's some cool hair in that one sleep. Not only has she has the gay gene, she has the Brit one. No. Thank you for the pants pass. One of those is a lot better than the other. Anyway, welcome. Hello, everybody. Hi. I actually didn't tweak the tracking and stuff. I was about to say I tried to fix a thing. The only thing I tried to fix was the fact that when I go to this camera, my eyes didn't converge on the camera. Now they do. Look, I can just stare. Very close. Ah!
Cheese. Cheese.
Oh yeah, you can take a close look at this cheese now. Look at this. Look at this. Look on the side. Look how thin it is. I'm gonna get my hand around the other side very easily without losing tracking. Oh yeah, actually, I lied. I can. Okay. Yuka's judging us. A little bit, maybe? Just a little bit? Converge on cheese. Converge on cheese nuts! Wait, it sounds disgusting. Are we programming Rust today? Far from it. Far from it. Hey, I hope you're all doing alright. That includes you, Cat. Hi, Psychic as well. Welcome. Sorry, I'm trying to sort my hair, and so I would be waving, but my hands are occupied. Okay, there we are. Hello, hi. You can judge me. Okay, I hereby judge you to be green. Oh my god, I pointed so forcefully that my finger bent backwards. Because you're a salad. What is my tracking doing? Impromptu.
Cheese.
Unconsensual headbanging. I love the Uke, but the day she uses the latest and greatest, the world might be ending. Oh my god, the latest and greatest. Lunk! Hello! Hi! I'm once again fiddling with my hair. I think I need to get a new hair tie out because the one I'm using is like, they loosen over time and then my hair just falls down anyway. Oh my god, the cute uni cheese sound! It's hard to avoid raging. It's hard to rage at cheese being thrown at me when it's uni sound. But anyone else? Nah. There's a bunch of nice sounds. In fact, dare I say...
Cheese.
Dare I say... It makes me very happy that people have given their voices for the cheese sounds. It's just that Uni's is a new one, so it's like... My brain hasn't gotten used to it yet. So it stands out. I think I'm at quit distance, I can't beat it. No! Wait, you can't beat it? Oh, you mean beat the time? Fox, I reckon it'd be a lot easier if you're able to get some sleep. But I know that that's not, like, just a simple thing. It's like, oh, okay, let me just get some sleep. I hadn't considered doing that in my life. Oh, suddenly things are easier. Can I give my voice to cheese? You can! Anybody can choose to donate to the Cheese Sound database. All I ask is that if you're going to, please just leave like a couple of seconds of silence before and after so I can like do cleanup if necessary. And then you can just like I don't know, DM on Discord is probably the best. Are you in the Discord? So I didn't think you are. But you can anyway, you don't have to join. I can currently afford 1,400 cheese. Why would you say that? That's... Are you trying to give me nightmares? God. I completely forgot that 8-ball was a command here. Why? I don't like the ... The 8-ball says... Yeah, absolutely. It just took a while. Okay. Oh my goodness, the CTS coming in.
Fimsum.
2
seconds of silence. Bibble bubble. Bubble bubble. Glupulence. Flimfacatifier. Blupidationificate. Glove.
See, why does she read those long made up words so well and she struggles with, like, I don't know, silly ones. The bibble bubble and bobble bibble were amazing. She said it so perfectly. Hello, Cabbage. Hope you're doing right as well. Okay, so today I'm finally gonna go back to something that I haven't streamed for a while. Well, programming at all, because, well, it's difficult to be programming when your sleep schedule's kind of changing a lot, and blah 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 blah. Anyway, it's been stable at this one for like a few days now, and I'm feeling like my brain can maybe work a little bit again? Question mark. Good at fake English, crap at real England wording. Yeah. Can only afford 104 cheeses. That's more than enough!
Bleep bleep blub blub bleep 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 blub blub banana bleep blub.
Battle of Bleep Blob, yes. The pointing, that's such a good emote, Cabbage. Hi Mackie, welcome, welcome. So we open, we save, and we done. At that point it would be usable. There are ways to make it more nicely usable. Like, you know, it's technically usable, but then at the same time, usability is like a separate thing, right? It technically is usable, but it's not necessarily enjoyable to use. But by technicality, it can do the things. It's just a bit of a pain. Bix! Oh my goodness, sorry, I wasn't sniff reverb. I was trying to stop my nose from itching. Hello, Bix. Hello, hello. I have started screaming, so... streaming! So, I have also started screaming your name. But I've started streaming, so my nose is... doing the silly. If I don't got points for how long I've followed, instead of how many times I was barely able to catch a Uke stream. Yeah... I mean, your badge... Oh, wait. Yeah. There is the followage, like sewage, right? Command? But I don't think I can type in someone else's thing. Can I type in someone else's name? Oh, I can! Holy crap, look at that. Look at that! Sheesh. Really nice to see you again, Bix. Bix, I want to say it in voice. Don't stress too much about the streaming thing. I've seen you, like, being, like, stressed in your server. I just want you to be happy, Bix. And you can stream it if you feel like it. Also, people should follow Bix, but also don't pressure Bix to stream. Okay, that's all. Yukievd is not following Yukievd. What happens if I type it myself, but I don't put a name? Followage. Oh, exactly the same. Ow! Hello, hi! The Yuke is a fake fan. That's true, Alex. Take my time getting back into it. I'm glad you are. Because, you know, then hopefully it's like you're forcing yourself less. But whenever you're ready, if I'm there, I'll happily hang out in a big stream again. Big stream spelled like that. Pressure Bix to not be pressured. Yeah, don't you dare! Oh my god, my finger just materialized out of thin air. Yuke is a fake fan, not authentic Yuke product. I don't know about that one. I don't know what to comment on. Wait, where the hell did I put my project? Oh, there it is. That's right in the... blah blah blah. Bix Maxing? Don't be like me and stream one evening, ending up 1 to 2 hours in ultra tired and with a headache. Yeah, I mean, if you're not feeling it, then blah. I mean, like, I already feel bad for not streaming enough. So, all I can do is say, don't be like me! There we are, do as I say, not do as I do. Real parent energy. Only by real Yuke fans? Oh, here's one. Here's a real Yuke fan. Listen to that. Sorry for blowing it directly in your ear for a moment. I want to be cool too. You are cool already! What are you talking about? Your tastes and things alone make you cool. Don't be like me and I literally just read that. Why am I not read? Number 12, is it 25? What? What? Why is that a quote? The tail will produce the airflow. Wait, what if I... Oh wow, that is airflow. I can do it with both hands as well, not that it's tracking. No. Oh, I was messing around with the hand tracking earlier and I was like, I wanted to see if I could put one hand on the other side of the other hand, like I don't know how to explain it. You turn your hands like this, and then you swap which one's on the left and which one's on the right, and it upsets the hand tracking. But I discovered a way almost around it, which is if you go like this, the hole is open. And then you move one hand behind the other hand and put it behind that way. Okay, now they're the right way around. Now you can rotate. But when you get too close, it still breaks. I can't quite manage to do the clasping thing and not have it break. Good taste, yes. Oh no, does that mean people are going to be licking the... Oh, more than licking! The long uke is... Wait, why is Estetin eating the long uke? No! I thought you were going to say... I was going to say that would make people lick the Bix. Like a bic a day. Licks a Bix a day. Uke and Bixia, stop blaming yourself for not wanting to stream. You don't owe us, the viewer, a constant stream of streams. If you don't feel like it. But I do! Oh my god. Wow, look at that. I'm looking at I'm pressing a button now. Look at this. Look at this. It's a... Oh, what the hell? It's not being captured. Wait, what the fuck? Huh? Wait, what the hell's happened to my streaming setup? What? Wait, why is this camera not transparent? Huh? What the fuck? How is this broken? What on earth? Man, I will forever be surprised at the way things can just randomly fucking break for no reason. What on earth? Man, I wanted to do something not in Unity today. Fuck's sake. Okay, let me just randomly restart streaming and see if that fixes it. I mean, I don't mean restart streaming, I mean restart my streaming setup. Hold on. This is a Unity moment. I'm coming back. The new sub badge. Thank you. Which one is it? Okay, I'm pressing the button. Amazing! We're in a void! Yay!
Jeez.
God. Will I ever be able to work on this program, or will I just have to keep fixing my shit over and over? What the hell? How has this happened, man? This isn't even a Unity moment. This is just... I'm sorry, this isn't even a Microsoft moment. This is just... My goddamn camera has become not transparent. Opaque. What's the other one? Yeah, opaque. Well, hi. There you go. You get to see the full height of the camera. Look. What the fuck? What? Wait, why is it going transparent when I move up to a certain height?
He is currently sitting in the black box.
What?
We are witnessing the most secretive content ever. Appreciate the black box 3.
What is going on? Glow? It was... Huh?
Ultra lucky.
Camera don't like my face. Yeah. Oh, is that actually what it is? I wonder. Wait. Okay, wait, what the fuck? The retro redeem fixes it? Around? What is actually happening, man?
Wait, now I'm off screen, what? Hold on, I just damaged my throat. Okay, I'll be right back. back, but I just, I need to be able to speak for a sec. Hold on. I turn this shit off.
Where's Richard? Oh my god, that's good.
Okay, I'm gonna restart my streaming setup one sec. Not my streaming setup, my audio setup.
Everything is working perfectly today.
Oh, now let's
Turned itself back on. I just, when I did like a scream or something, I just felt something go very wrong with my throat and it hurts a lot now. And everything is terrible today. Everything is broken, including my throat. So I just have a throat sweet now. The spraying is actually kind of useful because I'm very hot right now. Because of maintenance. Oh my god, it hurts when I laugh. What the hell? I think I need to like go like a day or something without talking. I don't know what the hell I've just done.
Cheese.
Thank you for the pants. Maybe if everybody just keeps one of these like circular redeems on. Oh, fucking hell, why does that happen, man? I should make a backup.
Bubble bubble, bibble bobble, patter catter, lion. Dr. Yuki will see you now. Jail prisons.
I need the whatever you said. Dr. Mayuki, thank you, Cabbage. Thank you for the pad speaks as well, oh my goodness. And hi, Meisaka and Knacked. Hello, hi. You joined in at a moment, and I try hard. Hello. You joined in at a moment where suddenly everybody is assaulting me. Oh my god, thank you very much for the resub, Meisaka. Wait, why didn't that come through? Did it come through? Is everything just completely fucked? What is going on? Let me just look at the log file.
Cheese.
Did you do it while I was restarting my streaming setup?
Cheese.
Jeez.
Post.
No. Can I just hide myself entirely? Okay, I'll just be off screen, I guess, and then it works. Fucks! Thank you very much for the resub. Is my reverb meant to be on? No, it's fucked. Oh my god, everything's... Wait, now there's two on. Okay. I don't understand what's going on at all. This is really silly. This isn't fixing... Okay, it does fix when I get closed. Why is that happening? I have the feed on stream? I can't get close enough, that's as tall as I can get. Thank you very much for the pads. I don't understand, I've never had this in my entire life before. I've never seen this happen on my streaming setup. My entire life, I guess I just mean the few years that I've had the streaming setup for. And both are technically true. Okay, so did it... Did the Meisaka one not come through? Or it did? I just completely didn't notice it? I guess it did. Oh, here it is. User notice. It did come through. I just completely didn't notice because all hell was breaking loose. I'm very sorry. Hi, Meisaka. Welcome.
Embedding a black background of retro ended up on...
Thank you very much for the resub.
Embedding a black background of retro ended up on your background instead of becoming transparent or something but a no-coder / Unity.
Who knows? Who knows, man? You know what the thing is? The best thing is probably going to be that I'll press play on here and it'll work perfectly. Because this project is cursed and things are different between when it's compiled and when it's not compiled.
Events animating. Event.
Oh no, it's broken on in here as well. Interesting. Oh, that's actually kind of better, I guess. Man, who knows?
Unityologist.
Oh, nice. We get double speech when this is running. I'll stop it from connecting. I wasn't wanting to be doing any more work on Unity. Capturing video from Unity? Yeah, the running Unity thing. What you see here is what you would see when it's compiled. This is just a weird frame that everything starts on. There's gonna be something in here probably. Here is the plane that this is drawn at. Let me tweak this. I try recovering the material from a backup. Let's see. Yeah, so this is the shader that allows the stuff to fade out into a circle when it's stuff. When someone uses the... It's like the camera is not capturing transparency itself though, because we're fading into what the camera is seeing. So it's like, is that a setting on the camera that's been changed somehow? Here's the camera. Background. Black. It's not meant to be black, it's meant to be transparent. I mean, the alpha is at 0. Okay, so it's not capturing with alpha. Or something. Is the render texture itself, has that changed to being not transparent? It says it's capturing with alpha. But then, like, it goes transparent sometimes when I get close and stuff. So, like, clearly it's able to... Clearly the problem's not with the render texture. There is alpha. God, I don't know, man. It got null fall into exception until you fixed it. Oh my god. Which shader, though? Because the thing that's rendering... Oh my goodness. I'm inside myself. So the thing is, so there's two cameras. There's like the UI scene that this plane is showing, and there's the avatar, which this is capturing. Scene is the wrong word. They're both technically in the same scene, but yeah. So. The problem is not with the shader that's doing the fading and stuff into a circle. Oh, maybe it is actually. I'm not sure. It's this plane here is the... I can't move it because it's being controlled by a script, but... This is the one that's doing the radius thingy. Misaka is lurking in the bushes. The bushes of love? Zettai ryoiki. There is some, yeah. Look at that. Oh, you can't fucking see it because this mess is in the way. Get off screen, you... Wait, okay, yeah, I'm now off screen. But now it's not disappearing still. Do I have to do this again? That makes me disappear, but now you can't see me on there either. Fucking hell. It's disabling this shader when it gets out of frustum of camera, so the shader skips and now it's transparent. It's still here. The plane is... Well, it's here, but you can't see it for some reason. I have an outline around it. Oh, wait. Oh, it is on actually. I guess because it hasn't. Okay, there it is. The plane is still there. But it turns into wiggliness. It should be funny if you could see it. There he says. Oh, Unity's crashed. Amazing. What the fuck is this, man? Thank you, the pads tickle tef pickle. It gets black when your face is in camera. Okay. It's not only that though, is it? I thought it disappeared when I got... That doesn't really help. Look at this. That's the thing. This thingy is being captured. You see? And that makes it go transparent. And I'm not doing any like fancy stencil stuff here, so I don't understand why that would be happening. It's like it's just transparency, average transparency with the Unity problem. Wait, how do I move upwards? Oh yeah. I mean, what do I do? I haven't changed any of this stuff, so I don't understand why. I can just like restore stuff from the backup, I guess. Why can't I expand this? Oh, it's this I want to expand anyway. Can't, and you can't have fused to make a fat. A fat, F-A-A-T. God, I gotta hide myself, otherwise you can't see shit. Sorry. Man. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I did with this shader is literally open it so I could copy and paste this because I forgot the syntax of how to make a range thingy when I was making a different shader, which is not active. Oh wait, is it active? Hold on. I mean, it shouldn't be, but also, I used to work with it active anyway. Where is it? This should not be on. That might be it. What's a Halloween? What's a Halloween? What?
It's unselecting.
I think I might have just fixed it. Ah! It's fucking fixed. I wonder if I need to change like the order that this is being drawn at then. Render queue is 3000 for this one. And I guess it's the same for this one, 3000. Thank you for the pads. So if I turn this on, that breaks. Now if I change this render queue, can I fix it? No. That'd be far too simple. Man. So I was playing around with this migraine aura shader that I made to try to remake the migraine to like simulate what I saw when I had a migraine aura the one time in my life when I had one, and it happened when I was on stream. I wasn't making the shader when I was on stream though. I was stopping streaming. Hang on, does this just have a grab pass? I can't control when the grab pass happens. I mean, okay, whatever. Let me show you it anyway. I might as well show it since I've just fixed the thing and yeah, I forgot to turn off the shader thingy. So it's a different shader messing with this one. I don't understand why it's happening, but I don't understand shaders anyway, so clearly. I need to stop doing this squeak because my voice is fucked and that makes it really hurt. I feel like I pulled a muscle or something in there. Wait, what am I doing? Hang on a second. Where's the... Oh, there it is. So yeah, I made this little timeline, and at first... I can't see it because it's in the middle of my hair, goddammit. Let me move off somewhere. Hold on. Move somewhere else. What is going on? Oh, there we are. If I move so that my eye would be around the middle. One day I'll remember how to control my goddamn position on the screen. Okay, there it is. Okay, so now look at my eye. The bell still rings? It does. So. Jeez. Yeah. Let's just restart this. And Unity's crashed. So I'll try again, but I'll remember to disable redeems this time. Hi Hakun, welcome. I have seen and heard problems. Worse mistakes, rather, sorry. I misread. Welcome. I miss when the bell would go off the rails and ring all the time. Oh my god, I hate it. That annoyed me so much. Pat lunk. We'll try this all again. Here. I should have turned that off anyway, so redeems shouldn't have been working, but I must have forgotten. Okay. And then run it. And we'll do this again to make the thing come back. And then I'll position myself again so that the thing is where my eye is. Is it working? Yeah, it is. It's just very faint. There we are. Okay, so here it is, like 20 or 25 minutes of real life stuff squeezed down into the... Oh, right, that changes that as well. Hold on. I need to enter this only on this window. How do you do this? Control? Yeah, that one. Boop! It widens, it has like a sharp edge to it. That's on purpose. And it moves out towards the left of the screen. And then out of the field of vision. Okay, now what I do is I keep this turned off and I recompile my streaming setup and everything should be perfect and absolutely never fading. Oh, let me not forget to turn back on all the Twitch integration stuff. I guess that's kind of important if I'm going to be streaming on twitch.tv. Okay, I'm going to close the streaming setup again. Boop! Oh, that's a cool effect. Yeah, it looked really nice to me. It looked so nice. Like, at that point, there was no... The headache hadn't come. That came after the aura. Anyway. The worst part about it, as I said on my Discord, and I think I've said on the stream before as well. The worst part about the migraine was that, the worst part was that the next day, and this was the case for like the following few days, but it gradually got better and better. Okay, that was pretty fast and path. Alright, I should be able to stream now, yay!
Events here connecting.
Oh my god, it works! Yeah! I can begin streaming now, nice! Anyway, the worst part is that the following day, I just couldn't comprehend things. And it, like, I was looking at the stuff that I was working on. I was trying to be working on programming and stuff, and obviously I should have known this stuff because I had been working on it a whole bunch on the preceding days. But I just couldn't understand any programming stuff. I just felt, you know, stupid, like an idiot. I didn't get anything. It was like I was looking at a language for the first ever time. Not that people who haven't looked at a programming language are idiots, but because I knew that I should be able to understand it and I didn't, that's why I felt like one, and it was quite upsetting. I couldn't do any programming work, no matter how much I just tried hard to concentrate. It wasn't like even the case of concentration, it was a case of comprehension. I just couldn't understand anything. And yeah, that was the most unpleasant part for me. And then like after like 3 days or so, I was able to just try harder to understand it enough that I was able to get back into programming. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Alright, so finally we can begin the stream. Wow, 49 minutes in. All I've done is had to like fix my streaming setup, recompile, and broken something in my throat, I guess. Uke stream without technical issues. Yeah, it's not a real Uke stream. Alright, this program's changed a little bit since you last saw it probably, and it's still definitely far from its final form. Anyway, but yeah, hi, I would be shouting that much louder, but I hurt my throat, so. Like 10 minutes ago, so. I'm sure I will do it again by mistake. I have a person who's named, you have a person who is named Cooks. Wait, what? Oh, I see, with typos of names. It was all the DPD logos. Wait, what? Oh god, hiccups hurts as well. Anyway, here is my sound editor thing. Yes, you can use a scroll wheel now, and it scrolls. Yes, this is disgustingly slow because it's fucking .NET. And these controls like redraw the entire window whenever one single thing changes. So when you're scrolling like here and a lot need to change, then the window's redrawing like probably hundreds of times per time you're scrolling. And this is not a thing I can change at all. This is just how it is. This is improvement. This is way better than the VB6. This is all sarcasm, by the way. It's shit and bloated, and there's nothing else you can do about it as far as I can tell. Anyway, enough swearing. I've only just begun the stream. I haven't been going for 49 minutes. I can't be swearing this much already. So this is an editor program I've made for editing the type of sound data that my pet long uke electronic pet Tamagotchi like project thingy, but it has voice, uses. This is like a format made by Texas Instruments in the 80s, I think. I guess can't remember if it was like at the very end of the 70s. And think of the hydration on the pads. I'll do that in a minute. And yeah, there are chips to do it. Do I have a command for it? I do not. I thought I did. Hang on. What if I do this? Oh, there it is. Okay. And yeah, so they had chimps. There was one in the Speak and Spell. There was a similar one, I think, in the Furby that also used LPC-10. It might have been LPC-12, I'm not sure. And yeah, it's like a very compressed format, highly optimized for speech. Anyway, let me quickly hydrate. Wow, swallowing hurts. What if you disable the not visible lines? I'm not sure what you mean. There are only 23 rows visible. This scroll bar is like fake, and all it's doing is when you scroll by one line, it changes all of the properties on this line to show the properties of this line, and etc. Originally, I was using a real list view, and that just didn't work at all. That was just completely unusable past about 400 lines, which is insane. Yeah, I'm not using that built-in stuff because that's terrible. Unfortunately, it just clearly untested. No one could have tested this. It's ridiculous. Format marbles. The best decade to be made. What am I having in my bottle? It's just water. I don't have any of the true Nyan juice right now. So this is a misrepresentation, I'm afraid. However, friendly reminder to please hydrate. Am I locked into the language version on this? Depends. I just need to be able to use like normal controls and stuff. I'm not going to remake everything. This was like the one way that I was able it took me a long time before I was able to find a way to do like this stuff, which I believe is called wind forms, but this seems to be a bit of a catch-all term, or either that or VB6 was different, because this is the performance and just the way things work is very different between VB6 and VB.net, unfortunately. If I could upgrade the thingy and get better performance without having to remake the entire thing, that'd be great. But I'm very, 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 very scared of modifying my Visual Studio installation because it's like a house of cards, and just you breathe wrongly and the entire goddamn like a whole of your projects just don't even work anymore. Anyway, so it's an editor for the sound, and I've added some things since last time, like the ability to scroll with a scroll wheel. This can just break and not even install the real. Yeah, it's really bad. Better performance from Microsoft upgrade? No. I don't think that ever happens. Nobody ever upgrades a thing and gets better performance, do they? I thought this was just the way of the world, and by the world I mean tech companies. They just add and add and add and add and add, and things get more and more bloated, right? What I should really do is do the workaround thingy to get VB6 installed on Windows 10. Because it's not, unfortunately, it's not that straightforward anymore. Anyway, this is a sound that my the Pedlong Uke thing was playing for a long time as my test for sound, and here it is. It's loaded in here, and I'm gonna do the thing, and I'm gonna stop the music, and I'm gonna press the play button, which is this, or I can also press F3, so I'm gonna press F3 instead.
Oh no, not the windshade upgrade. It numbs.
Yeah. I need to be disabling redeems a lot. and so that's it, just playing back the sound that was used a lot on the Pedlong Uke thingy, which is not really going to be used eventually, but it was a test. Windshade? Winds height? Winds halt? Winds height? How do you pronounce that? But now we can go in and fix the sound. Look, you know the way the pitch wavers at the end? Around here? Hang on, I'm going to turn the volume down a bit before I do this. That was Windows 11 that does that, right? Where's my volume control? I should add a volume control for this. I don't have one yet. Anyway. So there's this mode here where when you turn this on, you can hear like the exact line that you're hovering over. So this is where the voice has this like breaking sound in it. By the way, this sound was converted by a different program. Maybe I should try to implement its conversion thing into my own program so that we don't have to use the Python program to do it. I'm sure it would be faster. So we can just redraw this to be like this now. And now it's this. And now if we just play from like here. Listen to that! The voice doesn't crack anymore. Yukoni sings in manual tune. So yeah, this here is just showing the pitch currently, but I want to make it be able to show other things as well. Where it's like this, it's either noise. Oh, sorry. Like that. Or it's silent. Thank you for the pats. Hi, Kidco. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Marketech as well. Hi from Lurk. Hello. And, yeah, and towards the end of the voicing here, before it goes quiet, it kind of goes into, like, breaks off into noise, because I think when I was going, yeah, I did sort of just gradually fade off into, like, noise, and so the conversion goes like that. So what we can do is we can just silence these ones. 0 energy. That's still kind of noisy, so 0 energy. That's maybe... This was meant to be nya at the end though, not nyan. So I'll stop it like right around there, I think. And now it ends like this. Which is much cleaner, in my opinion. Yeah, sure. So it was called Python Wizard, yes, really. It's this. Oh yeah, and this stuff over here, this is a thing that I'm really actually proud of. I'm using, I'm running an FFT on a single click, like pulse of the voice. Because like the voice is sort of, if you go to like a, you can like hear that it's made up of many clicks. And this little thing here that is showing the frequency response, the thing that changes it from just like a buzz into like a vowel sound. It basically plays a single click of voice and it runs an FFT on that. And then what you're seeing here is the result of that FFT. And the cool thing is you can drag these things around. So these numbers here, these dots here are just representations of the these numbers. So this first big square is these two numbers, like X, Y, and then this smaller square is X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, you know, going all the way up. That's why there are 5 squares, because there are 10 of these coefficients. And you can drag the dots around and make painful noises. When they're like around the corners, the extreme positions is when you get the most painful noises. Usually. There you go. There's proof. Amazing. Anyway. Beautiful. Anyway. But these are like, it's extremely hard to predict how it's going to look. You feel like during a visit to cardiologist. What the? What do you mean? What? Okay, I understand why I'm being sprayed. No, I'm sorry, Lick. No, don't say that. No, don't say that. I would like there to be an undo feature function, but I don't know how to do it. Anyway, and also here, just at the very beginning of the entire sound here. So there's this sound here. There's like a bunch of different sounds. One of them is technically voiced. It's not even unvoiced. This one here. If we increase this, then you start hearing the pitch. But when it's low, it just kind of sounds noisy. So we could force it to be unvoiced instead. Now we just have these. It's probably okay to do this. But if I wanted like a really consistent sound, what I could do is just find one of these that I like the sound of. Like maybe this one. Then we can just copy that into this one and down into this one and this one and this one. Wait, what the hell? It would appear there's a bug here. That's interesting. Is it because of this? Really, let me typo one. That's interesting. Okay, it was because of that. Okay, nice. I just discovered a new bug. Something in the synth is checking the wrong property of the frame. It's checking the number when it should be checking this. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, well, there's a bug to fix. Let's do that right now. Hi Chandu, welcome, welcome. Or Chandu, hi, hi. A zombie sound generator. I don't know about that. There it is. So this should actually be if dot unvoiced. Then it does this one. Otherwise, it does these. Why was I spelling it out one by one instead of using the for loop? Clearly past Duke has thought to use a for loop and then went without a for loop. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Anyway, let's just make sure it fixes this, I guess. I chose to work with VB because I dislike C# that much, and my options for doing something in .NET where I can just use, you know, dragging and dropping. Is this thing doing anything? Oh, it's not doing anything. I was sitting there waiting for it to compile and it wasn't doing anything. My options seem to be C# or VB.NET if I'm wanting to be able to work with this. Holy crap, my computer's grinding to a halt. What is going on here? Wakey wakey. Have you...
Smack one bug till pops up. Will the bugs ever stop?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's see if this fixes this. Oh my god, now I'm pressing my keyboard shortcuts on OBS instead of... Yeah, that seems right. Okay, yeah, it's fixed. Nice. Nice. Also, look how much these are changing. Just in me when I'm trying to just hold a vowel sound of eh. Well, I guess starting from around here. So what I could do, if I wanted to, is like hold the sound to actually like make it be an identical frame. You can see the encoding is like much smaller if they're identical. I want to put some kind of icon here to indicate that it's identical, but I mean the fact that the bit stream becomes tiny is also kind of an obvious indication that it's repeated. And then like that's like way smaller, like much less space used in the sound then. So if we're trying to like save space and it still sounds fine. You have like 15 years of exp? Not with VB.NET specifically. That actually sounds kind of good. Sounds like that one video of the turtle doing the deed. What? I'm from VB generation, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. prefer if I could be doing it in like C, I guess, but doing UI stuff in the C is painful, so I'm not for this one. Anyway, so it can open a sound and it can change things and stuff. Oh, by the way, there's also copy and paste. I kind of didn't point that bit out. Let me point it out. Hang on, I'm trying to stop the music. Music! Shut up! Sorry. So for example, we could copy and paste this part. Wait, let me just copy the t sound to be silly. And we can copy that and just like paste a few times, and now we have this. Amazing. Just to prove the copy and paste works. Anyway, I'm not trying to make a YouTube poop here. Make UI stuff in JS and just connect to backend. Silence. Are you looking to get a ban? I'm joking. VBS modern coding. I think you may have met QBasic when it was still warm. Nah. I didn't have a computer that could... Well, we did have a computer that could run it, but like we were stuck with... I didn't know anything about computers, and it was just like my parents' computer, and we just had a few floppy disks, and that was all the stuff we ever had for it was on those floppy disks. There was WordStar, and there was Alley Cat, Space Invaders, Pac-Man spelled P-A-C-K-M-A-N because it wasn't the original Pac-Man. And there's a Centipede game, and there was PGA Golf, something or other. I don't know what year that was, and Rogue. The actual goddamn Rogue, not a rogue-like, which is actually nothing like Rogue, but really Rogue. And a game called 3 Demon, which was Pac-Man but 3D, and the ghosts were scary. No QBasic, unfortunately, no QBasic. And then there was a system disk as well for booting DOS. I wish I knew. The cat do be smart. Well, certainly not back then. I didn't know any of this stuff. I would have loved to be able to. Basic for 6502 was open source just the other day, actually. Wow, interesting. I think QBasic would have been on your basic DOS's boot. Well, I didn't know anything about this. I was a child, so... You know. It's not like there was internet or anybody else that I could talk to talk about any of this, so yeah. Anyway, okay, so anyway, we can open them, we can do things, but actually we can't really choose to open anything because it's just hard-coded, and also we can't save anything. So I want to implement a proper load and save thing. I've already like made functions that can do this. We've got a function that can load file from a hex and from a byte array as well. I'm not sure where that is. Oh, there. This is kind of messed. Oh, I see why it's there. Let me move it somewhere else. Why? I just clicked on a line and it scrolled me down. What is going on? Anyway, so I'd like to actually make it so you can click on these load buttons and it will actually load, you know, show dialogue and stuff, and for saving as well. Well, I'd like save to make it saved back to the original and then file save as, which I don't even have added as an option here. This here, for adding menu items here, this is so much nicer than it was in VB6. You can easily... wait, I think it might have, you know, you couldn't do it graphically by typing in here. You had to go to like something down the side. Oh, it's out of view, sorry. Something down the side. Anyway, in VB6. Hi, Roboto. Welcome. How are you doing? Hi, Heatmap as well. A domain expert? What does that mean? A domain? What's my domain? What's my domain again? A heckin' cutie pie? Where? I wanna see it. I wanna see the pie. I had a friend who insisted that something S was his work. What is that? Wait, what is that? It got censored. What the hell? I don't know what you typed, trade splatter. Oh no. Cute cat detected? No. Domain expansion. Gorilla.baz. Oh, I don't know what that is. Was it like a worm kind of thing? Maybe I just ran every single exe one by one to see what they did. That's cool. Interesting. I don't know. I don't even know what the original computer was. I've lamented about this many times on stream, but I still don't even know what that first computer that I had, the ran DOS, was. I think we even had a stream where I was like hunting through things to try to find it. Hunting, I said. My manager put me in a group of managers for a new project because you're the Super Mario art? What is SME? Have a nice sleep, Fox, if you're able to. I hope you manage. Hi, Niche Penguin. Also, hi, Devil. Also, bye, Devil.
Jeez.
Small to medium enterprise, I wonder. Senior manager enterprise. I don't know what any of these words are. You pick any 3 letters, they can probably stand for many things. How about some mean eggs? Brackets. Complimentary. I am gonna go and save the kidneys, actually. I really need to go and save the kidneys. And I wanted to do this. I did do it before I started stream, but then I spent so long setting up stream that I was maybe soon would have needed to do it again, but I couldn't because someone was using the bathroom. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna save the kidneys. I'm trying really hard to not squeak really high-pitchedly after having hurt my throat earlier, so... As much as I'd like to be squeaking emphatically right now. Stinky monkey educator? Poor monkey. What did the monkey do to you? Okay, I'm gonna go and save the kidneys, which means, you know, go to the toilet. And anybody else, if you do, please do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, grab something to eat. Don't destroy your throat, voice, neck, internals like I did earlier. Okay, I'll be right back. Pew. Ooh. Hi. I hate that so much, Liquid.
Cheese.
There is cheese. A game throwing exploding bananas. Wind and gravity affected the bananas. Wait, why?
Someone wanting to not be friends with them anymore because they made that. Why? Oh my god, I need to fix my hair again. Hello, awakened redstone. Redstone? Redstone. Did I say hi to Myriad? Hi, Myriad. Oh man. Sorry, I feel like we're not really doing much on today's stream. I'd be kind of amazed if anyone could understand what I'm saying right now, but, you know. Can we please not go into details about spiders? Thanks. I don't know if anybody heard what I just said, so I'll wait for these. Actually, I'll just press the
Fucking button. Can we please not go into details about spiders? Thank you. Retro eyes don't work? Holy retro eyes don't work? What do you mean? Wasn't looking. Okay, there we are. All right, I'm ready. I'm suited up. I'm in the suit. Shinji, except Shinji's the one who's being told to get in the
Bubble
suit.
bubble. Bubble bubble. Fmimshy fmumshy. Nuclear radiation detected. Protect my bubbles. Kill.
Bubble bubble. That was the game. Okay, bye-bye, Awakened! I sent you what Gorilla was. Okay. It's a game. Okay. Wait, why is someone choosing to not be friends with them for making Gorilla? Thank you. Thank you for the link. It's nearly Christmas. It's summer. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm gonna press... I want to make it so that when I press this button, I do the thingy. How you do this in VB6 is you'd have a dialogue control. Is that also the case here? Font dialogue. Is there a file dialogue or something? Folder browser dialogue? That's not quite what I want. Is folder browser also a file browser? Flow layout, file system watcher, blah blah blah, date bigger, data, blah 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 blah. Oh, open file dialog, I guess. But, I mean, like, wait, open file dialog and save file dialog are separate? What the hell? That seems a bit redundant. What the hell? The only difference is, like, what the button says, and then, like, whether it should, you know, I guess there's some options for whether it shows read-only and whether it shows a warning when you choose a file that already exists. Why the hell are they two completely separate things? That's crazy. Alright, well, let's add it. Look at this. We've almost got too many to fit in here. Do you reckon it's just going to go off the screen and we'll never be able to select it when it's too big? I expect so too. Also, this one's not even aligned, but you can't drag them. It's just like that. Anyway. Let's call this... oh my goodness. Ah, Stella! Hi! How was your stream? Welcome. Merry Halloween, Yuki. Thank you, Hina. Let me show you out. What are you up to, Acetin? Your emote was being used here earlier by Owl. You were nomming a long uke. I know you would never really do that, so it's okay. So I'll give you head pats. Look at this cutie. I don't know why. Is she pointing at me, even though she is the cutie? Game and assembly for the Game Boy, making the main safe zone. Oh, right. Of course, your Game Boy game. Nice. How'd it go? Bunui raid? Welcome in with your Bnui raid. Hoi hoi. Time for a completely different vibe on this stream, probably, where I'm trying to use, rather than Acetyn making like super nicely optimized assembly, here I am using one of the most fucking bloated things. Also, I'm sorry for swearing already. The .NET framework, yay. But eventually I'll be doing the C stuff. I mean, this is like a side project for a project that I'm making, that I'm doing in C, which is the electronic pet thingy. But what I'm working on right now is a sound editor for the format of thingies. Anyway, Secret Art Ultimate Tab Consolidation. Nice, Misaka. Had an Acetyn open as well. Hell yeah. Did it go well? Some things have been programmed. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nothing's been programmed here yet. I mean, I fixed my streaming setup that was not working. Anyway. Oh. But, yeah. I've done literally nothing. Oh, I guess I fixed a bug, actually. By changing one line of code. I tried to use it on Linux to run game server to play with friends, and it just made Linux kernel panic. Oh no. Don't framework. Oh, dotn't framework. I read that as don't framework. Help, I'm being pointed at by everyone. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it very much for the raid, Acetyn. I guess I should introduce myself. Hello, hi, I'm a weird cat. Okay, I'm done. I'm done before the transition's even finished. Okay, now it's going back. Don't framework is what I read, yeah. Bill Windows, or Bindos for short. Because that's where it's heading in the new versions. Okay, what the hell do I call this thing? Thank you very much for the follow and shit them. Now you have 2 of my streams open. That's far too many. That's far too many. That's 3 too many. You should be unwatching. But only once. Let's not be crazy. Let's be honest. How did I get here? I don't know. Were you watching Acetyn? She just raided me. But welcome in, Pluster. What the hell do I call this thing? Dialogue open, sure. File name. Is this the default? Yeah, the file first shown in the dialog box, or the last one selected by the user. Why is that filled in with anything by default? Read only. Show read only. Controls whether to show the read only checkbox. That's interesting. So we could make it so that if someone ticks the read only checkbox and then they open a file, then when you click save, it'll refuse to save back to the same file by default. Or it'll just open the save as dialog, I guess. And then if you wanted, you could choose the same file. That's actually kind of an interesting idea. It would be very easy to make that have an effect. Yeah, I think I'll do that actually. I think I'll do that. What I'm realizing it actually is that I want to implement the save dialog first, or saving first. Let's just add one, I guess. Abby raided Ash Titan hours ago. Hi, Ice Coding Cat. Welcome. Ash Titan raided me? Ash Titan? Oh my god! It's Acetyn. I see why you're saying that. I was like, who the hell is Ash Titan? Happy raid into Acetyn. That's pretty cool. Wow, what the hell? This is a raid of the train of cool peeps. Sorry that it has to temporarily stop at this station. Don't worry, I'll pass you back onto a cool person eventually. Okay, dialog save. What are the options that get shown here? This one does not have a default file name. Interesting. Restore directory. Controls whether the dialog box restores the current directory before closing. I'm quite sure what that means. Show help. Support multi-dotted extensions. What, like myimage.png.jpg.txt.pdf.exe? What does it do if they're not supported? What does it mean to be not supported? Like, does it just filter based on the last extension rather than the first one? Like it finds the dot from the end rather than the start, maybe? I'll have to play around with that one. That wasn't an option in VB6. Filter, yes. Okay, this is identical to VB6, even down to the vertical bar separator. That's pretty cool. Let's fill that in then, I guess. Oh wait, that's for saving. Thank you for the pads. I guess we'll just save as... Wait, are there gonna be two options? I guess there should be. And look, there are two buttons for opening here. One of them is for opening like hex text, like 0x59 blah 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 blah. I had in my head the 0x539. Which is a person who stops by here. What's your plan for the October Windows apocalypse? My computer will keep running the same software it's been running for years. Probably. I don't know for how long though. But it's not actually an apocalypse. All roads lead to the Ukiah today. No. Oh, by the way, I use Windows 11. I had the misfortune of using Windows 11 for the first time the other day because my mum got a new laptop and she wanted me to like do something to help. Thank you very much for the follow, Plaster. And hi, Yuki. Sorry, hi, Yui. Sorry. It's already a message. Hi, Yui. Welcome, welcome. Nuclear radiation beaver. Oh no, what's happening? Oh no, Yuki. Oh. No! Don't kill the smelly. The top points of the Y are Meisaka and Abby. The top points of the Y. I don't understand this. And the bottom of it represents Yuki. Oh, wait, Meisaka's? Meisaka hasn't raided into here. Meisaka even been streaming today? Oh, you targeted acid. Ah, I see. I see. Ah, that's why someone was saying, aren't you streaming? Because you were streaming until recently. Wait, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, right, I used Windows 11 for the first time. And I'm gonna be honest, it felt very much like I was using some desktop, whatever the some graphical Linux distribution as opposed to like just a terminal. Reminded me of when I was using is it Mint that it was reminding me of? I think it was reminding me of Mint. Everything was very big and very rounded and not super intuitive to me. They changed some things. And it's like at this point, if the options were Windows 11 or Linux, no longer is it gonna be the case that like I prefer the Windows File Explorer thingy, because I don't. So we're gradually pointing towards Linux. I would still probably want Windows for the fact of, you know, being able to like program, make EXEs easily and stuff. But it's the difference, the gap is shrinking. Windows version by Windows version. Windows 11 uses native React in system. Ah, is that why it feels like a website? I mean, it didn't actually feel like a website. I just wanted to say that to insult him, but it's a lie. And the middle of the Y. Weistertin. Eastertin. I know people who do Windows Dev on Linux. Interesting. The start menu on some widgets are web view. Yeah, I remember hearing about the start menu. Also, there won't be a security update that kills your SSDs. Oh, I'm sure they can be breaking things as well, but that's a terrible one. I have Linux, so I've largely avoided Windows 11. I would recommend you stay that way. This is coming from me, someone who doesn't even use Linux. But if you're not currently using Windows 11, I certainly wouldn't recommend changing to it, so... It sounds like you got it figured out enough. Why cheese? How dare you? How dare you? I feel like I missed some chat. Oh yeah, right. I just remembered a thing that I was going to do. I was going to refund somebody who used Save the Kidneys earlier. I thought someone used it earlier. But I'm not seeing it on my list of redeems. Hey! I can't shout much because I damaged my voice earlier. It's not actually showing up. I could have sworn the water flushed over my head. But I don't see it in the list of redeems, so I can't refund it. Interesting. Interesting. I use Mac? I don't use Mac. Voice hole damaged. No, I think it's like the... I don't know. I think it's the vocal, like... wibbly wobbly chords. I heard that the start menu in Windows 11 is spiking CPU when opened. Because they made it poorly optimized React. That does not surprise me in the slightest. I would be shocked if a web view was not suddenly using it. I mean, it's not even the web view's fault, is it? It's just crap. It's flipping JavaScript. Let's be honest. React is JavaScript, right? It's just another thing built on top of JavaScript, right? I use Windows 10. I am currently using Windows 10. That's currently what I'm doing, yeah. So there are these buttons, one to load of like a hex, like 0x53 or something like that, and then there's this one to load a binary thingy, just raw binary data, and I'm thinking, I can just make it one goddamn button and you choose with like the drop-down file type menu of which one you want to open. But like there's no standardized extension for raw binary files. They could end in .bin, they could end in .raw, they could end in nothing at all. And how do I determine... And there's no header, by the way, in these file formats either. It's just a constant stream of stuff. So... And like technically, although nonsensical, if you read hex as if it's binary, like you read raw ASCII text as if it's binary, that will decode to something in here. It won't be anything good. It'll sound awful. And it probably won't have a stop frame at the end, but like, aside from not having a stop frame, which is something that could just accidentally happen, how am I supposed to tell whether it's binary or text? Hello, welcome Marcy Strings. Hello, hi. Ship's Landing, welcome. Hi Nessus as well. How are you doing? What are you up to? Thank you very much for the raid. Shout out, Marcy Strings. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm second guessing myself because I feel like I've been mispronouncing a bunch of names recently. Music! Oh hell yeah! Also, this is a cute avatar. This is... I love the heterochromia. We making music? The addiction is back. It's like... Making it? I'm saying it right? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. As someone who also makes the music every now and then, I'm intrigued. Such a cute way to do shaddies. Oh, thank you! You make music? Hell yeah! Out of curiosity, what do you make music in? Well, what kind of music, I guess, because there's also just like... I'm so used to just making it electronically that, like... Of course, you can play your real-life instruments. That's a thing. The guitar is a thing. You can record it, and I forgot. FL Studio? Nice. I see. FL Studio is kind of... I tried using it a couple of times, but it confused me. Why am I stretched? What is this? Hi, Shrimpy. I was just so used to like working on a single timeline, if you like. The FL Studio's way of like, you make little blocks and the blocks build up the timeline was like, messed with my head a bit. I was like, I just want to insert notes on the main timeline. That's fair enough. I think pretty much everybody I know actually that makes music uses Fruity Loops or FL Studio. So, I'm clearly doing something right. Fantastic leather seats. I'm a guitar player mostly, but right now I'm doing a cover of Die With A Smile. I don't know that song. but I wish you luck. It's pretty cool. I can't play a guitar to save my life. And I know this because my brother used to play guitar, so he had one, and I tried holding it and stuff. I didn't know how to like hold it properly, and then like I can make sensible things. I ended up playing it more like a keyboard, where it was just like down on the floor, and I sat on the floor and just I would like, you know, arrange it so the high notes are at one end and the low notes are at the other, and then it's for actually more like a keyboard, which is something that I can play a little bit. A Bruno Mars. Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Use FL Studio, but now in Ableton. Yeah, I'm much more familiar with Ableton, although I've not made much music in it. I'm mostly using it for like live processing of sound, which is actually happening right this moment. Look at this. It's cleaning up my mic audio and also allowing me to do like this and this and this and this and these things that can be like redeemed. Also Nyan indeed. Hi Optic Fusion. Welcome. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm sorry. Hello, hi. It's me. I'm a weird cat on the internet, and right now I'm trying to make a program to edit a certain kind of sound that is used in another project of mine. Cheese. Why cheese? Why? This is a thing that I just made be able to be done the other day. I made it so that I can like hand hold a camera and stare at people when they throw cheese at me. Although I'm failing to stare at the camera right now, I'm not quite sure why. Am I staring? I think
Casseri.
Hey!
Casseri.
We're on live 12 now. I'm still on 8. I got 8 a long time ago and I've just been using it ever since. That was Ableton Live. Ableton Live 8 plus. Why? What is happening to me? Why am I getting cheese and stretched and everything? Can't remember if I said thanks for the follow, but thanks for the follow. Could you help me understand how an LPC editor is supposed to work? Do you keep the original audio and apply the encoding with tailoring? Nah, I'm retro. Ah!
Cheese.
Let me show you. To limited extent, yes. But let me demonstrate the problem with this particular one. Hold on. It also doesn't let you graphically like change the pitch and stuff, or like mouse over and hear things immediately like that. With this, you can just like immediately change things. And stuff. But if I load up the converter that I use, hang on, I need to get the mini conda thingy running. Because you can change it a little bit with that program, but it doesn't properly. Hold on. I need to copy and paste these things into this thing, and then it will start running, and I can demonstrate. Here we are. I have to go to work out. No worries. Hope it goes well. Thank you very much for the reading in. If I open a file such as... Oh shit, I moved them. They're not there anymore. Hold on. Okay, we'll copy and paste. Boop! One of these sounds. Which one is it? Is it this one?
Snail.
No. This one? Wait, hang on. What is this EQing? Oh, there is no EQing.
Snail 2.
Where's the original sound?
Snail
There it is.
2.
So if I load this original sound on here, it does its thing to try to convert it, which would be fractionally faster if I had not told it to be printing debug text, but it would still be pretty damn slow. I'd love to see how fast this is if it wasn't Python. Stacked pulse waves with different widths. No, hold on. I'm missing messages here. Hi, Memtooth. I didn't even say hi. Hi, Curlon as well. Hello, hi. I'm sorry, I'm missing so many messages. Crazy Kitty as well. Hello, hi. Oh my goodness, everyone's sliding in. Hi. Rewrite an assembly? No. So here's the thing. If you press play on this now, the pitch is going to be very wrong, but whatever. Oh, hang on a second. It's completely messed up. Help! Why is it so loud? I can't change the volume. I can't make the volume control. What's happening? Where's my volume control? There it is. As soon as it finishes playing, the volume control appears. That's too little, too late, Windows. How dare you? Anyway, let me actually set up the correct settings this time. So this needs to be, what is it, 1000? Oh god, this is gonna take so long, isn't it? I should have done this before I loaded the sound. I didn't change this. What the fuck is that? Can you hear that? Okay, that's interesting. It like recalculates all the time. I looked in the code and it's actually like doing a there's a loop running constantly which says if anything's changed then recalculate everything. But these are the settings for the long U voice to sound better. This should be better, and I think the unvoiced threshold I need to put higher as well, but I've got to wait for it to finish spewing out another encoding. Okay, that I think will be better. Okay, it's a lot better. It's not good. Now, say that you wanted to fix just one of these. Maybe you wanted to make something voiced that was unvoiced, or unvoiced that was voiced also. Say you want to scroll and this scroll bar is completely fucking unusable. Anyway, so let's say that you just want to put this pitch to 0. 0 means that it's unvoiced. But here's the thing. For an unvoiced frame, only K1, 2, 3, and 4 should be used. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 should be 0. As you can see, like when this pitch here is 0, all of these are 0, right? This is just part of the encoding. Like they didn't think that you needed as much accuracy in the filtering if it was noise-based. I don't know why they thought that, but they did. Maybe it's true. I don't know. It seems fine to me. But problem is, if you change this to 0, well, it doesn't correctly internally remove these bits. So that means it gets completely misaligned. The player gets completely misaligned. Well, the encoding is now completely like bogus, basically. And if you try to play it, oh, it like accidentally it interpreted something as like a stop frame, I think, and it just randomly stopped. And the same thing happens if you'd like to want to change one of these unvoiced frames to being voiced. Okay, it just stopped really quickly that time. What the hell? Oh! What the hell? It resynchronized! How did it do that? Wait, how did it resynchronize? I didn't think that was possible. Interesting. There's nothing in here that marks the start of a new frame or anything, so I don't understand how it magically resynchronized. I wonder if there's something in the code that just like tries to detect that. But that's not like that's not an official thing. It's just how their player works. Interesting. I'm just changing another random frame. And it resynchronized again. Anyway, but with this one, this tries to avoid any of that problem. So
Cheese.
So if you go down to like here, for example, what is this point? And you just say you want this frame to be unvoiced. This frame.
Cheese.
and you change it to this, which is extremely fucking loud, so we just turn the volume down on it. There you go. But there. Now just this frame is unvoiced. And the rest is fine. And you can see here, the number of bits used here has gone down because it was unvoiced. So like it's actually recalculating the length. And if you try to have like exactly the same filters as the one before, the length goes down even more because there's a special case for that in the encoding, which rather than wasting bits repeating these numbers again, it just says, by the way, it's the same as before. So it's like it's whenever the length should change is recalculating this. So. Oh yeah, right, the volume's down on this one. So the idea is that you can just like change this however you want and and stuff like that. And you can like delete frames from the middle. Ah, wait a minute. Have I made it so you can delete a frame? Oh, I've not made it so you can delete a frame yet. Oh god. Okay, that's a rather big oversight. Although you kind of technically can because you can cut and paste. So you could just cut, arrange, and Control X. Wait, no, you can't. You can only Control C. I've literally not implemented deleting at all yet. You can copy and paste, but you can't cut and paste. Okay, that's alright. That's a thing that's in need before I make it work. But before I class it as a usable. Think of how much work TI went through in the late 70s to make the first TMS 5100 ROM. I know. Apparently they were like large cards, like to go in computers. I don't know if they were ISA at the time cards or if it was something else, but yeah, they were like large cards because the encoding and stuff needed to be done on hardware because it was so intensive. There was like dedicated encoding cards. And then also like another card to do the decoding because like, you know, you want to make sure that it sounds correct on real software. So like they had like a development kit kind of, but the kit was a physical thing that was like entire damn cards that you'd pay a huge amount of money for. I think it predated ISA being much of a thing. Huh. Hi, M&I. Welcome. Thank you. No, thank you for the cheese. Also, hi, Meridian. Hello. Magical Python's magic. Maybe. I don't think this is a Python-specific thing. They definitely added a check somewhere. Did I say hi to Shrimpy? I don't know if I said hi. I read your message. I'm not sure, though. Anyway. Oh, hang on. Pen. I'm smiling as hard as I can and it's not seeing that I'm smiling. What the hell? There we are. Now it thinks I'm angry. What the hell? Thank you for the pass, crazy kitty. Anyway, I want to implement saving. Let's implement saving. Okay, let's click the button and... Well, I guess I want to add them here as well. We're going to have save and save as. So basically it's... When you open a thing, it's going to make a note of what the file you're currently working on is. So that then if you press save, and it already knows that you've opened a file, you're working on it, then it'll save over that file. But... if you open a file with the read-only checkbox ticked, it won't make a note of the file that you're working on, so that when you press save, it will not save over that file. Hence, read-only is being honored in that case. Yeah, okay, so we're going to need a variable for the file name that we're currently working on. Where would this make sense to be? Kind of doesn't fall into any of these categories, does it? I guess I'll put it down here then. So this is going to be a string. What should we call it? Working for file name working, I guess. File name of the thingy that we're working on. I think I called it like FN later, didn't I? Oh, not like that. Oh, maybe I didn't. What did I call it in code load thingy? trying to be consistent. Oh, I literally just called it in file name. Fine. I'll call this one working file name as well. How have I ended up in this function? Oh, that function was in... I mean, in that class. Working file name! Sure, let's spell it out literally in text. This is going to be an empty string at first. And when we open a file... I guess I will implement the file opening first then. Do I want two separate buttons? One for text and one for binary? Or do I want it to guess? Do I want it to just guess? Do I want to let it read through an entire file and see that it doesn't end cleanly, and then that's what it uses to assume that it's text-based instead of binary-based? Because there's no clear way to tell which it is? Oh, I guess we could like read in the first 10 bytes or so and just see if they are all less than 128 in value. That is ASCII. Right? What would be the chances? Oh, and also not 0. You know, basically make sure that it will be within the standard range that we'd expect. It's still heuristic though. It's not a it's not a guaranteed way to be sure that it's not raw binary. But if we open it up and we just read a few bytes and they all look like text, then perhaps. Or we could do it based on file name, I guess. .txt. Maybe when you go into this heuristic mode, if it doesn't end in .txt and it doesn't end in .bin and it doesn't end in .raw. If it ends in .txt, we would assume that it's text-based, and if it's .bin or .raw, we could assume that it's binary. And if it's something else, then we fall back to this heuristic way of guessing based on contents. Sounds like a plan. Ah! Why am I retro? Let's have a look in the hex editor of what the file that is opened right now. Oh, that's a text file. I don't have that as binary. Well, this is a nyan. Okay, so this byte here is... Basically, we're looking at the left side of this... The left nibble of this byte. And if this is 8 or higher, then this is not an ASCII character. So actually this starts off with 8. So this here, and this here, C as well, and this B, and F. Yeah, so it's pretty much random. It's pretty much random. So this is higher, lower, lower, higher, lower, higher, lower, higher, 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 lower, lower, higher, higher, lower, lower, higher, higher, lower, lower. Yeah, it's pretty much even distribution of whether it's higher or lower, which makes sense because the data in the LPC-10 encoded stuff is not split cleanly on byte boundaries, and so values like straddle across the borders of bytes, and so you know what role a single bit has within a byte is changing all the time because it's like completely unsynchronized with the byte boundary. So it makes sense that we'd randomly be seeing half of them higher than half value and half of them lower than half value. Like higher than 80 or higher or lower than 80. Nibblemer? Nice. Aborelia's stream yesterday would have been fun for you. She was playing Stern's Flash Gordon pinball table. The first with speech powered by a TMS 5200. Wow! That's the kind of chip I'm working on. Right now it's hard-coded to the table of the 5220. So basically Texas Instruments, for those who don't know, Texas Instruments, the company that sort of made up this format and made the chips to decode it and the systems to encode it. They released several different chips over the years, supposedly like, you know, with like upgrades and improvements and stuff. And every time they brought out a new one, or at least for a lot of them, they made brand new lookup tables inside the chips, basically. So the way the format works, if we dive into the synth, well, this really is turning into like a more educational stream. The way the thank you for the Patstatin. The Patstatin. So the way this works is, as we're reading the values from the file. Oh, this is a bit. This is not a good way to show you. Let me dive into the code that loads from a file. Yeah. So the way it works is we read a certain number of bits from the file. Yeah, and then when it's a bit tricky because this program of mine is splitting up the task of reading and the step of like decoding, turning it into audio, into two completely separate tasks done at different times. Because first we load all the data and then we show it, and then you can press the button to play it. But in like a synthesizer, this would be reading bits and then immediately using the values in those bits. So we read the bits, and then the synthesizer part. So those values get stored inside. In my program, those values get stored inside. Why do things keep closing themselves? Those values get stored in this array .ks, which is a struct of this type, which is just, it has like a value and then a boolean to say whether it's valid. So the value gets stored into here. And then when we use that value here, we don't use that value directly. Look, we're wrapping it with this. And this is an array. So we're using the value that was read as a lookup into a lookup table. And this here are the lookup tables. These are the lookup tables. I can speak England. Look, here they all are. And these lookup tables changed from chip to chip, like as they made new versions. And so they, even though like the number of things on each table stayed the same. So if you were to read data from that was made for one chip and play it back on another chip, it would sound like crap. But I would like to be able to change my program so that you can choose which chip it's decoding for. And it would just like switch out which tables it's reading from, which that Python program also supports, by the way. But you just have to type it into a text box and magically know which values it supports. So I'd like to have like a drop-down menu where you can choose from a list. But that's for the future, because frankly, I'm selfish and I'm making this program so that I can edit things. And I already know what format I'm using, so screw supporting other formats. No, I'm joking. I will add them at some point. It would not, hopefully not be a lot of trouble. You spooking not bad Englandish. Exactly. Ah, thank you, Shrimpium. I'm glad you're happy to be here. That does sound interesting as well, Colin. Arborelia. Let me look them up as well. Twitch.tv/Blar. I'm curious to hear it. I'm not sure I'm on the right channel. I'm on someone's stream who has 0 followers and 0 videos, more to the point, and 0 profile. So, not sure that's right. Are the lookup tables completely equivalent, just shuffled, or is that process lossy? The encoding is different. So the lookup tables are like, it's like, the format is optimized for speech, right? So they chose common values that they thought would be used in like very commonly used in speakers of like different speakers, like by different humans when they speak. Like I guess they analyzed a huge amount of speech and well, not huge by today's standards, and then they sort of looked at the range of values used, and they saw like this sort of, I guess, like a bell curve, and they're like, I guess we need to include all the values within that range, and then they like assign an index in the table to represent just those values, and they tweaked exactly the ranges so that they're not the same. It's not the case that they're shuffled. They didn't just shuffle them for like the sake of forcing people to buy new chips. As far as I know, that would be a little bit too modern way of thinking. I don't know. It's not just shuffled. The values are different, and it is lossy because you'd need to re-encode from the original source if you wanted to get the optimum encoding back. Also, have nice food, Esterton. Lookup tables are in datasheet for chip. Oh, don't worry. I can grab those out of the Python thing, actually. Do they have their own special thingy? Coding table. That sounds useful. Oh, it's not. Where is stored? User setting? No. Tools? No. Frame data. Frame data? No. What the hell? Where are they? I've looked at these before. Where are they stored? Are they stored inside the LPC player? Oh, yeah, they are. There we are. Oh, actually, look at that! Some chips did have different length tables. Wow! I didn't know that. The length of the tables can change? But that would mean the length of the encoding changes for pitch. Okay, well, that actually would be a pain in the ass to implement, possibly. Yeah, that would be significantly more annoying. Well, I can implement the ones that use the same number of things, I guess. If the table lengths are different, it's gonna be really annoying. It is in the player. Yeah, it is. Is it Win 10? Is it Win 10? I'm using Windows 10 at the moment, yes. Ruby indeed. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna get rid of one of these buttons. We'll just have one open button, and it's gonna try to, you know, heuristically guess. I guess you know what we could do? We could just read the entire goddamn thing in. Like, the data's not usually gonna be that long. Even if it's like a megabyte. How long is it gonna take to loop over a megabyte? I mean, a megabyte would be insane. Like, for example, that sound, this sound that's been playing. MS5220 uses only 4. Yeah, it does. Why is this taking so long to start up sometimes? This is insane. I mean, it's because it's compiling, but why is it taking so long to compile? So a sound that's this long. So that sound at that length is this one. So this is 11.2 kilobytes, but that's as text. That's as this text. And like, so the way that this is written is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bytes for every actual 1 byte of data. So if we take 11.2 and we divide it by 5, then it's more like 2.24 kilobytes. So I feel like this is not going to take long to loop over all of these bytes and just make sure they're all in range. Do we want to make sure they're all... I guess we do want to make sure they're all in range, don't we? I'm just thinking, like, because if you save a text file as like UTF-8 encoding in Notepad here, like if I just go to, I'm not sure what's gonna happen if I do this. Okay, it's fine. Then anyway, if I choose UTF-8 and I say underscore UTF-8, obviously, well, maybe it's not obvious, but the encoding for all of these characters is the same in UTF-8 as ASCII. Like this, UTF-8 is backwards compatible with ASCII, but Notepad puts at the very beginning of the file these. This is not ASCII. Look, it's higher than 8 on the left side. We're E, B, and B, which is so. This is a byte order marker, which indicates that once you get 2 characters, which direction do you read the bytes in for the characters that are not ASCII. But more to the point, Windows just uses this as like an indicator that this is a file as UTF-8 encoded. So I would have to skip over any bytes like this at the very beginning of the file, I guess. So already this is like turning out to be a bit of an annoyance. And we can assume that these only appear at the beginning, I guess, as well. Actually, I'm not sure. How does my current way of doing it? I guess my current way of doing it would also have a problem loading it as text because it's going to look at the first. I think this is a single character. I think this EFBBBF, I think this is one single Unicode UTF-8 character. So we'd have one character that we don't know how to deal with at the beginning of the file. But that actually shouldn't matter because... Wait. Yeah, no, that shouldn't matter because I think I made the code loading to be quite resilient. And it should basically ignore that one. It should count that as... Well, I mean, it's not alphanumeric, so... Let's just follow the logic through, shall we? So if we were to load it, it would go through character by character. This would be the very first character, and it's looking for any of these characters. It's none of those. It's looking for 0 to 9, A to F, also A to F, lowercase. And it's looking for these. And for any other character, so this is what our byte order marker would fall into, it just resets everything. So it would be absolutely fine. It wouldn't even be a problem if our current text loading routine encountered a file that has one of these little byte order markers at the beginning. I don't know why I'm loading in Notepad because you can't see them because it's a non-printing character. But what I do is make my small file format with signature and size of data so you can check if it's supported, and also simply reading binary data as a generic way. I don't know if I want to make my own file format. This is a bit like that XKCD thingy where it's like, there are way too many formats. Someone needs to make one file format to rule them all. And then there's just one more. It's like, there are 10 file formats, makes own situation. Now there are 11 competing file formats. Hi, 1TW1. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Willkommen. Willkommen. I don't know why I'm pronouncing it this way or saying it that way. Make your mark on history. Create the .uc file format. I've already made the .yof format. I can't remember what that stood for exactly. Ukes OPL something or other format. That's not quite what it stood for though. It was a format for music. For OPL music. I don't remember what it made it stand for. Man, I should get back to doing DOS stuff someday. That was fun. That was so much more satisfying than messing around with VB.net, I swear. Okay. I'm gonna look at it. Where are we? Guess it was in here. .yof info. Wait, where's my text file that explains it? Oh no. Yoink.png. Wrong screen. Obvious format? No, I don't think it'd be obvious. Look at all these little things that I've made screenshots of when I was working on this. OP Freckmalt, there's something else as well. Thank you for saving the kidneys! I actually don't need to right now. I've done it recently. Just look at all TXT files. Here we are. I'll refund you for that one, but thank you very much. I will hydrate as well. Here we are. OPL3 per frame format. Right, that was the key flipping part of this format, was that it was based on a frame rate rather than a sample rate. Where a frame rate is like 70 or something, compared to a sample rate being like 44,100. Thank you for the hydration. Yeah, I know Bon Mass, but I just don't like the idea of introducing my own file format when like I could probably just make it work with existing things. Yeah. I mean, frankly, even reading from a text file is probably already annoying. Just reading it from the clipboard as copied from Python Wizard, that program, is a thing that it should be able to do as well. Okay, I think what I'll do is change just only one button. I won't go messing around trying to find the picture for it at the moment. I'll just delete one of these. How do we do this again? Collection items. I'm not doing too badly, thank you. I heard my voice earlier, like an idiot. I mean, I wouldn't think I was screaming that much more than usual, but I do it too much. Let's just change this, and it's only going to be open now. Open existing sound. We don't even need extra thing there. This stuff can be in the dialogue. So when we click this, we're gonna set up the file open dialog. So open dialog. Okay. Wait, you can just do it wait, you can do it this way? I'm guessing that this is then just like a graphical representation of this. So I can just make my own open file dialog? Would it make sense? Would it be better to just make it in code only? I don't really gain much from having it sitting wasting space here on the screen visually. Running question, what is the worst code you've ever seen? I don't know. I feel like I should have an answer for that. I don't know. The meme answer would be Yandere Dev's code, but I don't know. I'm sure I've seen something that's annoyed me more than that. I don't know. I can't give you a good answer for that. I'm sorry. I'm so basic. I do be a basic bitch. But probably something Python-y, I don't know. I mean, I guess my annoyance more comes from the language more than the people writing the code. If someone writing the code is just trying to deal with the language, right? It's not their fault that they have to do things silly sometimes. Unless it is. Unless it is. Why am I like down? For me, the answer is whatever I wrote yesterday. Okay, I have questioned myself sometimes. My past self, past you. Okay, let's make a thing. So it's gonna be dim. Let's call it dialog open equals. Well, I mean, there already is one of those on here, isn't there? I'll just set up my own one. This is as open file dialog, as new open file dialog, I guess. And then we can start setting it up. Does this have the thing for show read only? Yeah, it does. Okay, nice. Ah! Why? What is this by default? Can I find out what it is by default? Default value false. Okay. 3D scroller code. That sounds interesting. Pretty horrific. Pad colon. I mean, if it works, it's cool to see it, right? I just noticed you're one of those rare people who uses white. Uses white? Like the background? Yeah, this is what I'm used to for this kind of thing, I guess. And also, thankfully, it was default. I could dig up my junior high. I don't really know what that is. I guess that's like secondary school over here. Junior high. So junior would mean low down or high up. I don't know. In primary school, the juniors were the high up people and infants were the low down people. So would junior be high? High? So like years 9 and 10 or something? Or 7 and 8? I wonder. Ah. Thank you. Thank you for the pads. Show read only. Yeah. We'll put that on. Wait a minute. I think we can just do with, right? Wasn't that? Show. How do you do this again? Oh, can you not do it this way? That's interesting. I guess you can't. Dialog open dot show read only equals true. We're gonna have to do these all one by one like this. I guess we are. File name by default is gonna be nothing, I would hope, unlike the graphical one, which is a weird thing by default. Yeah, this is nothing by default, or an empty string by default. Wait, hang on, I saw the word cat. What was that? Cat data! There's some cat data! Up to 13 to 14. Oh, that's like right in the middle, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. What am I talking about? 8 to 9 is... 7 is where it begins, right? 7, 8... Wait, hang on. Do you mean age 13 and 14 or year 13 and 14? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... Yeah, 13... year 13 and 14 is not even a thing in secondary school, is it? What am I talking about? The same thing happened to me. I even used whiles with counter variables instead of a for statement. Yeah. If that's the worst, you shouldn't be getting annoyed at yourself. It's like a why moment, I guess, but not a holy crap, I want to destroy past me moment. Lazarus. Wait, did you dig it up and post it? Wait, what is that thing you posted, Cabbage? What is this? What is the significance of this? Oh, is it because I'm like high up on the screen? Interesting. Okay, file name is going to be nothing by default. I guess we always want it to be nothing by default, so yes, I will reset that to nothing. Ah, hold on. I will want to give it I will want it to remember the file name though. The folder name, sorry. The directory. The initial directory here. If this is empty, is it going to by default go to the... What are the default is if it's empty? Would it be the working directory? The program that the folder that the program is in? Would it be like C? Would it just be this PC? Or my computer, as it always used to be. It's funny to me how Microsoft is changing the name of that with every version of Windows. It was my computer, and then it became this PC, and now it's just PC, I think. Or maybe it's just... They're eventually just going to want to go the Apple route, aren't they? And just abstract everything. Or just hide everything away behind abstractions, right? What a drive! What are files? What are drives? What is a computer? What is a computer but a dumb terminal that connects to services online, where they do all of the hard work and they take good care of your data? That's definitely a thing that they do. Very good care. Anyway, Windows 12, whatever this is. What is it on 12? Oh, 12's not out yet, isn't it? I was about to say, what is it on 12? Let's just pretend it's that, I guess. seem to be the canonical past me dismisser. Despite Max Sylvester beat me to the comments. Max Sylvester? Wait, I didn't even see that name. I still don't see it even as I'm scrolling up. Wait, where was that? Huh? Okay, open the initial directory, whatever, I'm leaving that blank. I need to set up the filter though. And I'm assuming this works in this... Wait, filter index? Getzel says the index of the filter currently selected. Okay, so the weird way of doing it, but sure. Filter... So we're gonna want, by default, all files, I guess. But all files is gonna, like, show every single file. I guess I can just say all supported. And I can just put in brackets txt star.bin star.raw. And then that is star.txt, star.bin, star.raw. Do you remember when in Windows Search you could actually do like star.something semicolon, star.something semicolon? It doesn't work now. Try it. It doesn't like the semicolons. The semicolons breaks Windows Search now. Anyway, next up we have... I'm just gonna go on to a new line. Semicolon? No, not colon. Who's colon? Who's colon? Why? It's none other than L colon Q. L colonk. Oh, I missed this stream. The most inspirational... 7-hour long stream. Is he streaming today? I think he streams today, right? But he's probably starting in like 16, 17, 18. Like 2 or 3 or 4 hours or something. Who's colon? the colon's colon. In about 4 hours? Okay, I'm not gonna be going that long. My voice is flipping dead. But I guess it's not my voice technically, isn't? Because it doesn't sound dead. It feels dead though. And you all spotted this, and then we're also gonna do text or hex text files, I guess. Star.txt and star.txt. And then we're also gonna have raw binary files. Star.bin, star.raw, star.bin, star.raw. And I should have an option for all files as well. All files. Sure. Star.star. Star.star. Mod 8. I assume this is the format that it wants the filter in. That's how it used to be. And it's also how this thingy here wants it. Over there. Yeah, I mean, guess we can test it at this point. What other options do we have? Oh, sure, we don't know. I've already done that. Auto upgrade enabled. What the fuck is that? Gets or sets a value indicating whether this file dialog should automatically upgrade appearance and behavior when running on Windows Vista. Oh boy. What's it by default? So basically it's like user native appearance, I guess. And yeah, sure, we'll keep it on. Add extension. No, please, absolutely not. Maybe for saving though. Oh, true for an open file dialog? So if you choose, Wait, so if you were to choose a file? Wait, this option makes no sense. What the hell? What? So if someone chooses a file that has no extension and they press open, and then if this is set to true, so just like add an extension to it and then you can't open the file because it's like not the file that was chosen anymore? This makes sense in a save dialog if you just type like my file and you don't type .txt on the end, but like this makes no sense in an open dialog. What the hell? I guess I'm gonna set it to false. That's weird. Why did it do that? Oh, maybe I'll keep it at default actually. We'll see if it breaks like I think it does. Custom places. Default extension. Guess what says the default file name extension. This is nonsensical. This is not a thing for opening a file. This is for saving a file. Have they just like inherited the same properties as the save file dialog and it's just like having nonsensical options? There should be an option for the multi-select, which is hopefully off. I need it off. It's off by default. Okay, nice. What else do we have? Open file. So this shows the dialog. Wait, are you telling me there's a save? Show dialog. Show dialog versus open dialog. Runs a common dialog box with the default owner. This almost looks like you're supposed to be able to use it. Hang on. Can you just do file dialog that's not open file dialog? Is that a thing? File dialog is not a thing. Wait, it is a thing. It is a thing. Why is they having a problem? New cannot be used on the class that is declared must inherit. Okay, so I guess this is like a root thingy there's other things inherit from. We can't just make your own. That kind of sucks, doesn't it?
Not too shabby. Let me pat your head.
Ah, thank you. Could open dialog is descended from save dialog rather than reverse? It looks like they're both descending from file dialog, but they're not hiding any properties or adding their own relevant ones. Is weird. Thank you, Cabbage. Thank you for fulfilling that. Fun fact, if you search the link, star.star actually doesn't match most executables because they don't have a dot at all. Huh. I thought that star.star would still show files. I'm curious. Let me go into this folder and make a file that's just a no extension, and it has no extension. Let me open. Let me show star rather than star.star, and there's no extension. Now I search for star.star. Yeah, no extension still shows up, so it's fine to have it named star.star, which is a bit weird, isn't it? But that's, I guess that's just how Windows has behaved for a long time. You had me second guessing it though. I was like, does it actually not show them on Windows? I happened to click. Sorry, I happened to look at the sound alerts and clicked on them without realizing it. No worries, no worries. I'm happy with that one. Extension. No, extension's not mandatory, right? So everything has a dot. I'm sure it doesn't have a dot, right? Probably not. Right? It doesn't show up as having an extension. You're able to have it ending in a dot. Oh, it doesn't like it if it ends in a dot though, so maybe internally there is a dot. What if it ended in dot dot? It's really not happy with that. That's kind of silly, isn't it? Okay, interesting. Extension is definitely mandatory in FAT16. Interesting. So maybe behind the scenes it is like... I mean, this is the NTFS, but whatever. Or they're just trying to maintain behavior where star.star did list every file in FAT16, even if it doesn't actually have an extension on NTFS. NTFS. Nice toilet, for sure. Star.star is push case in GUI. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, star.star. It does still show up there. This is how you would normally filter, right? It doesn't find any. Star.dot. Interesting. What the hell? Wait, is this a way to show folders? I never knew you could do that. It's also made this one show up though. Star /dot star. So inside any folder, a dot. Wait, can you even? Yeah, I guess you could look inside a folder, couldn't you? But I don't think you can show regex joke. Okay, well now I'm curious. What did you mean to show anything backslash? Anything? Ah, it doesn't like it. But you can have the dots inside. So this would obviously star would match that because there'd be no dot extension. Star dot dot star dot dot star shows that one, but not this, which is weird because like a star is like 0 or more, right? It is, right? Oh wait, there are no web files now. Yeah. Man, I'm discovering some weirdness with Windows right now. Interesting. Anyway, you can mukta with a dot inside. Okay, now we're getting onto scary territory. I know because when I ran into an Explorer in Wine, it renamed C prime files to C $, something .pfr. Wait, you can make no. You can totally make a folder with a dot inside, and even in here, right? I guess there's one ending in a dot still though, but beginning with a dot. Yeah, it's like here. Oh yeah, right. .vs. I forgot .vs exists. Yeah. But then if you make a file, well, you can't make a file with the same name as a folder, right? So if I were to make one here called, we've got a nyan.bin in there. To make a folder that's also called nyan.bin. Well, I can't, can I? I'd hope. .bom.bin. What happens if would mukta also fail? Man, I'm a little bit scared to be trying all this stuff because I don't want to break things. Anyway, I don't know why IE4 had that feature. There's a feature? Keep saving and loading my uke in case she corrupts. Aww! Hi Topo. Welcome. Okay, dialog open. Dot. What else is there? Read only checked. I'll leave that off by default. Reset. That's interesting. Guess also it's a value indicating whether the dialog box restores the directory to the previously selected directory before closing. Huh. Guess the file name and extension for the file selected. Wait, save file name versus save file names? The file names do not include the path. What does it say for file name? Okay, it doesn't say the file name does not include the path. Interesting. Is it like a path property then that you'd use to get that? Or directory? I'm not seeing it. Okay, file name is on. When I saw safe, I was imagining like 8.3 file names, 8.3 file names. Show help, show read only. Site? What is site? Getzel sets the system.componentModel.site of the system.componentModel.component. Okay, this is just some random thing that's always there, I guess. Support multi-dotted extensions. Ah, yeah, right. That's a thing that I was wanting to test. Support multi-dotted extensions. Oh wait, this is saving files. Oh, again, this is about saving. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I think that's all we need. So let's do dialog open.show dialog. Sure. Wait, hang on. What was the open thing? Oops. Opens the file selected by the user. Oh, that's what that means. I see. It's very strange that they'd have that as a property of the dialog, in my opinion. But okay. I'm not here to rate their choices. Actually, I kind of am, aren't I? You can pass in... is that like a parent window for modal? Yeah. I don't... Do I want to do that? I should just... If I do it from this window, then it should just be modal to this window, right? Also, I saw an option there. It was like confirm file exists or something. That also sounds extremely useful. If I remember rightly, that's off by default in VB6, so maybe it's off here as well. Check file wait, check file and check path exists. Huh. Well, I mean, surely a file would imply that the path must exist as well, right? Otherwise, where is the file if the path doesn't exist? I'm guessing this is off by default. Or have they finally made it on by default? Oh, it's on by default. I could have sworn that was off by default on VB6. Anyway, I said this to... Oh, it's already true, so yeah, it's fine. So we'll show the dialogue, and then we'll get our file, and we'll... This is where we need to look at it. By the way, I'm gonna make this be somewhere else, eventually. So that it remembers the last path we're in. I wonder if it'll do that anyway. Like, does Windows just magically remember in the registry, I guess? The dialogue last... It seems to for different programs, right? It remembers the dialogue last used for different programs, like Notepad even. I feel like both Open File Dialog and Save File Dialog share File Dialog API. Yeah, it seems so. Save scumming my streamer? Oh no. Wait, no, that's good, right? I'm gonna corrupt at some point. So then you can restore the uncorrupted one. Where I just go, Nyan. Yes, you just got a free Nyan. Okay, so we're gonna have a look at the file. We're gonna have a look at the file. Let's look at the file name. What the hell? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh no, she's trying to fix another one. So we want to look at the extension, right? So let's grab everything after the final dot. So we'll just look for a dot, if there even is a dot. So this is... Oh, fuck. I remember making an entire module for this in VB6. That, because you gotta bear in mind, the final dot might not be the dot in the file name, it might be the dot in the... It might be the dot in the path. Oh wait, there's a property called safe file name, wasn't there? Which only returned the file name. Okay, we'll look at that. So let's make a thing, let's call it dot... Wait, is there like a lazy way to just get the extension? No. Alright, let's look for the position of the dot then as integer, which is going to be the file open dialogs, save file name, dot index... Oh, this is a .NET-y way of doing it, isn't it? The last index of... Does instr-rev still exist? Ah, it does! It does! We could do it the old-fashioned way. I'll do it this way for now, though. Because then it can just be like a one-line kind of thing. This equals... Oh, it can still be a one-line, actually. Anyway, value of the character. That's a dot. I want to find a dot, please. I have to put a C and that makes it a char. Start index. Well, let's just work from the end backwards. And does this... I can't remember. Is this 0 based? I think I used index of at some point. Not in here. Maybe in here. Yeah. Okay, returns -1 if none was found. And these are 0 based now, right? Characters and strings are now 0 based, whereas it used to not be. Okay, so we'll look to see if this is larger than -1, I guess. So if pos dot is larger than or equal to 0, well, I mean, if it was 0, then it would just, the file name would literally just be .txt, which I guess is a thing that can exist, right? Or not. Let's find out. Let's make a file. Let's call it .txt. You must.
You must type a file name.
That is a file name. Should we assume that is... Should we allow a file to just be called .txt, or shall we make it just you need to have some character .txt? I think I will make it just be able to be larger than or equal to 0, just in case a file has somehow been able to be made. What happens if I... Okay, I'm playing around with this again now. But if I just try and echo nyan to .txt. Look, it's a file. It's called .txt. It contains nyan. It's fine. Like, you can have a thing that's called .txt. Okay, so we'll definitely be able to handle that. What happens if I try to save the file? Does this then complain that I'm saving as .txt? Oh, not even Notepad complains. What the fuck? It's just Explorer complains. What if I try and save it as something else, like .gpg? It can do that as well. Why is Explorer so uptight? Let me name a file .txt if I want to. It's a stupid name, but like even Notepad manages, so like whatever. Can you have something called dot or dot dot? Oh, that would be not great. I would very much hope not. Imagine I make something called dots in here and then I just delete dot and the entire folder gets destroyed. Let's make this in a separate folder. Testing. Access is denied, okay. So I guess what it's trying to do there is unintentionally try to open the folder as if it's a file. And then write to it. So no, I guess the same thing would happen there because that's also a folder. Yeah, okay. Or dot dot dot. Dot dot dot? I wonder. It was a bit weird with dots, wasn't it? Access is denied, okay. But underscore dot 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 would probably work. Oh! Right, it doesn't show the dots. Huh. So it looks like there are no dots. I guess it just stripped the dots? What about dot 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 underscore? Okay, you can have dot 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 underscore. It just doesn't want trailing dots. Interesting. The extension is part of the name, so the file has a name. I know, right? It's silly that it's saying you must type a file name. When I was a kid, I got magnets near my, I think it was the hydration topper, my dad's hard drive, and ended up with C Windows, which was the same as C Windows. I tried to fix it with Deltree C Windows. Oh no! How the hell did that happen? You put a magnet near it and you magically made like a symbolic link? What the? Or hard link? That's very interesting. Hi, Maple. Welcome, welcome. Takes you back in time 15 years. Yay! Now watch me not be able to delete this folder. Oh, well, of course I can't because that's open. Alright. Metadata ended up with the equivalent of a hard link. That's insane! What are the chances? I'm guessing other stuff probably got messed up as well, because what are the chances that it just added a valid thing and not junk somewhere else? I mean, the valid thing arguably was junk, but... If pos dot is larger than or equal to 0, which means... Yeah, no, I will do that. Then... I guess what we'll do is... What we'll do is... I guess we'll just do a select case on the... Ah! Why? Do you have show file extensions turned on? I do. My cheese. There's a lot of junk on top of that too. Oh no, was it really fun stuff? Like, you know, you have like many hundreds of gigabytes of files when the drive isn't even hundreds of gigabytes in size. I had that on a Memory Stick Pro Duo. The Sony's memory sticks for the PSPs. Memory cards. Where I had like an 8 gigabyte, I guess, card, and it was just showing random files, like just a folder full of randomly named things, and the whole folder was like bigger than the drive.
Cheese.
Why? I tried to find a photo of that recently. Wait, I think I showed it on the stream actually, didn't I? I think I showed that on the stream fairly recently. When I was a kid, I somehow broke every link on Windows. I probably set a default program to open the files with the .link, but I'm not sure exactly what I did. Interesting. The shortcuts, right? .link is shortcut, I think? Wait, why is it not showing the .link? Wait, is it just is the .link just like a web URL thing instead? Like a shortcut to one of those? Why is it? Oh, there we are. .link. Why the hell is it trying to hide this? Well, I guess I know why it's trying to hide it, but I'm just crazy that it doesn't show it here even. Because the real thing is this, right? And it is opening it, but it's hiding the thingy there, which makes me wonder, did the file that ended in _ ... supposedly actually have ... at the end? Now I've got to try it again. Curiosity killed the cat's file system, as they say. It's just _ apparently. Okay. The .lunk is always hidden. Lunk. 30 more cheeses to 666. What do you mean by that, Topo? You're trying to reduce the number of cheeses until you have 666 fangs left? Sorry, reduce the number of points you have by throwing cheese. What am I trying to do? Dialog open, .save file name. I don't like the fact that I keep on accessing this. What is? Anyway, this dot substring. Man, I feel like I'm using. It does feel like I'm using flipping C# at this point, but because it's .net. Substring from pos dot. If, oh, I actually want the lowercase of that as well. If this is txt, then we'll go ahead and do the code load file hex from dialog open dot the full file name. If it's bin or raw, then we'll go ahead and load file bytes based on the full file name. Else, oh, I guess we wanna. Exit sub at this point. We don't need to remain in here anymore, right? Otherwise, if no dot was found or the file name did not end in this, then we're still here. So we need to do our heuristic thing. Either a file name, sorry, either the file had no extension or was not one of the ones we expected.
Cheese.
Open the file and do a heuristic check to see if it looks like ASCII text or not. We simply Ignore any leading... I guess I need to look more into the byte order characters. Contributing to the 666. Wait, what do you mean? I have no counter for the number of chimes. Oh wait, 66 times questioned cheese. Okay. Wait, what's it up to currently? 653. Wow, okay. I love the... Oh no, that one is not the much more than. The much more than is for when I hiccuped. It says Yukia has hiccuped much more than something times. Because for the longest time I didn't have a counter on that. And I was hiccuping for like, you know, I don't know how long. Maybe like a year. Without a counter. Sometimes I just wonder if Windows file system is intuitive as it seems. Maybe I'll just used to it and the next one is easier. I don't know. I feel like restrictions do make things easier. You know how in Windows the file names don't care about the case, Linux cares about it. So I created 2 different folders with the same name but different case on NTFS using Linux, and when I tried to look at them in Windows, only one was visible. When I removed it, the other one appeared. Huh. At least, did it remove the correct one at least? It's not like you opened one and it opened A, but then you tried to delete it and you deleted B instead and A is still there. That'd be funny. By funny, I mean sad. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Yash. Welcome. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Did the notification not appear? I think notification didn't appear. Or I'm really oblivious. Which is, you know, we already know that's the case. Right, let's look at this again. So this thing here is UTF-8 code point FEFF. Do I need to try to decode this character? Would it decode? Wait. Could we just rely on .NET's file opening as text thingy failing because there are invalid UTF-8 characters as a way to test whether it looks like text or not? Then I wouldn't even have to be like scanning the file manually. I'd just be like, can you open it? Nope. Okay, it's not text. Okay, let's what would actually happen? I kind of want to try that. Let's just tell it to load as hex nyan.bin. I can't remember. I think I used a try catch thing in there, but I think it was only after I'd opened the file. So it should still throw an error, like a runtime error. Debug test for opening bin as text. Let's just see what happens. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's correct. Ah, wait, so this here is probably gonna fail, right? Let's just see what happens. Hopefully it fails. If it fails, that's a useful thing. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here, so that if we reach here, we know it hasn't failed. Hi, Sass! Welcome! You have abstractions from drive letters and so on. Start to break down quite a bit the more complex the OS is. Thanks, start with a root was odd. A! Yeah. Oh no, not A. It reached this point. That means it didn't crash. Oh, crap. Why cheers? Hi, 0x539. I mentioned your name earlier. And file name is snail2.txt. Wait, what? Did I not delete the other one? Hello? You crashing? You're not crashing. What are you doing, man? Code load. Where is my line? What do you mean you can't find it? Oh wait, why is it inside this or something? Okay, let's comment that out. Try again. I'm hoping it crashes. Hey! Oh, wait. Actually, what the hell? What the hell? This is not where I was expecting it to crash. What the fuck? So it's actually... So it's been trying to open it. So this happened. And now we're here. And then we're... read a set point LPC-10 data, data. Oh, it's of length 0. What the fuck? Oh! Wait, did read text just silently fail and return a 0 length string? Well, that's kind of nasty. What the hell? Oh! Oh no, wait. Read all text literally does just return the string. There's no way to like get an error code or something, is there? I feel like chicken tonight. I feel like this is not gonna be a reliable thing to rely on. Failing. But it looks like it has just returned. Oh, he didn't even throw an error, it's just returned a string that's like 0 length. What the hell? By the look of it. Extra byte array. Hold on. Wait, no, it might not have. But it might just be that there were none of these characters. Okay. Let's break here and see what the string is that gets passed in. It's probably this function that's failing to build an array of... And, well, I guess it successfully makes one of length 0, but... Okay, there we are. Here's our string. So it actually tries. It doesn't just crash, but for characters that aren't valid Unicode endpoints, it looks like it just inserts this substitution character. I don't know if you can see that. There's these tiny little question marks in diamonds. Interesting. So it doesn't fail, so we can't rely on that. Oh, I guess this would look similar if it tried to open the actual valid text file that does have the Unicode byte order marker thingy at the beginning, but it was UTF-8. Let's see. So this is test for opening UTF-8 TX text underscore, what did I call it? UTF-8. Does it also have one weird character at the beginning? No, actually, it doesn't. It completely, like, transparently just skipped over that character. I'm second guessing myself now. Did it really open the correct file? Yeah, it's underscore UTF-8.txt. And... oh, this is the file. It's already open. Yeah, this does have that. I mean, I guess I could see if we read the... Nah, this is silly. I'll do it the way I was planning on doing it originally. I thought it'd be funny if it just failed and I could use its failure as a sign that it's not a text file, but it doesn't look like it fails as such. It just blasts through it and tries. Okay, so where was I? It was in the open file thingy. So we need to do a heuristic check. A UTF-8, a valid UTF-8 text file may begin with a byte order marker, 3 bytes. If all... How do I want to do this? I don't want 3 bytes at the beginning to count against it if all 3 bytes are not ASCII, right? Outside the above 80 hex. But if less than 3 of them are, but more than 0 of them are, then that is not one of the byte order markers. That's something else, so it should count. So kind of, I want to count the number of bytes in the first 3 bytes of the file. I want to count the number of those that are not ASCII. And if the answer is 0 or the answer is 3, then it's fine. Or at least it might be text. If it's 1 or 2, then at that point I think we can guarantee that it's not text, right? Unless it's UTF-16. UTF-16 is just a format where you have 2 bytes for every character, so... Do you want to handle UTF-16 as well? Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to probably check the exact BRM value. Because I don't know if the values can be different. So the way that we would check for UTF-16, I guess, would be to check if every other byte is 0. But also, it might also have a byte order marker at the beginning, question mark? Man, this is a lot. This is far more than I was wanting to have to deal with. It's always EFBBBF. Okay. For UTF-8. You don't want to mow the lawn? I read that as I don't want to meow at first, sass. Pan. I think even Windows allows you to mount something in a directory. C is OneDrive and C foo bar OS the root drive. Interesting. What's the minimum number of bytes that an LPC-10 thing could be? I guess it would be a stop frame, which is actually less than 1 byte. Okay, that doesn't really help. Do I want to... Man. Don't want to be able to support UTF-16. I think I'm gonna make the conscious decision to not support UTF-16. Or any Unicode format except for UTF-8. Like, why are you using UTF-16 to store something that's just ASCII anyway? This is like such a waste of space. Mom. I wonder actually. I wonder if system.io.file. Because read all text automatically tries to work out the encoding, right? I assume. Is there a way that it can like .encrypt? What the hell? Is there a way that it can like you can get what encoding it assumes it is? Does it just assume UTF-8 always? Well, there's an easy way to find out. Let's save a file as UTF-16 and see if it loads correctly. Let's do that. Okay, here's our UTF-8 one. Now let's save that as UTF-6. Oh, Unicode. I forgot that it doesn't name it correctly. I assume that is UTF-16, right? Well, the file size is like double, so it probably is. Let's have a look at it anyway. Hey! Oh, this does also have FFFE there. This is FEFF. FFFE. So I assume if I say big endian, this is going to be FEFF instead. Out of curiosity. Let's just try it. UTF-16 BE. FEFF. Nice. Now it's all 030078 instead of 300780. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Windows also same as UTF-32. Notepad, the version of Notepad that I'm using can't. But maybe it can on Windows 11, who knows? System.encoding. System.encoding. Let's have a look. What does system encoding offer me? Text.encoding, right? Encoding dot. There's UTF-32, funnily enough. Get encoding. Returns the encoding associated with a specified code page identifier. That's not what I want. Where's encodings? .web? What? Oh god. Text encode. I'm just curious about where this goes. How deep does the rabbit hole go? Okay, that's as deep as it goes. Kind of crazy to call it UTF. Yeah. Didn't they used to call it UTF-16 in Windows XP? Or am I imagining things? Slim beat with UTF-8 code page. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me that much. It must have insane amounts of like legacy stuff to have to fix to handle multi-variable length byte encoding. Where you can't just look at the size of the array or something to determine the number of characters, but you have to actually pass through every goddamn byte. That's the worst part of UTF-8, but if you don't need to know in advance how big it is, or you can add your own little header at the beginning to say it, then I guess it's fine. As long as your length can be trusted, right? Okay. A valid UTF-8 text file may begin with a byte marker, blah 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 blah. Found it. Oh, are you trying to paste something? Let me make it so you can. Hold on. Oh, this page stayed loaded. That's interesting. Okay, you should be able to now. I didn't have to wait for the page to load. UTF-16 also has this issue because there are more than 2 to the power 16 code points. Yeah. You can't store a bunch of Chinese characters with UTF-16 if I remember rightly. I remember that being a problem. Stream reader. System. Wait. Oh, this is someone else's thing? Line 468 is private. Should I not show it on stream? But this is how file.readAllText detects encoding. Am I able to show this? Like a private method that you can't use directly. Oh! Okay, that's fucking annoying. Why? Ugh. It's so stupid. But I guess we can have a look, huh? Let's see what they're doing behind the scenes. Why does this keep on... Combining diacritics, oh my goodness. Okay, line 468. Can I like press this? Okay, I guess I can type that. Detect encoding. Okay, yeah, so it needs at least 2 bytes. The first 2 bytes are FFFE, FEFF, yeah, they're 2 different UTF-16s, okay. If it's at least 3, then it could be UTF-8. And it looks for EF, BB, BF. But I guess the Indianness of this itself is little Indian, right? So wait, what am I saying? Yes. Little Indian. So that comes... Yeah, okay. So that comes first, and then this. And this. Ooh, now these are some other ones that I don't know about at all. If it's at least 4... And the first 2 bytes... Oh, this is really nicely worded. It reads nicely when you read it in English. 0. And then 2 is this, and 3 is this. So it'd be 0, 0, 0, 0, F, E, F, F, I guess. Otherwise... This equals true? Detect encoding equals true. Oh god, I just clicked the thing. I didn't mean to click. Help, where am I? 468. Am I in the same file? I am. Detect encoding. Underscore detect encoding equals false. So what does that mean? Is this a status? If this becomes true, then we're done? Or does this mean that we need to... What does that mean? What does underscore detect encoding mean? We will support looking for byte order marks in the stream and trying to decide what the encoding might be from the byte order marks, if they exist, but that's all we do. Okay, cool. So what's this variable used for? Interesting. Is it like then it has to do it? Twitch's automatic link formation is annoying as hell. Yeah. Okay, so they literally are just checking the start of the thing. So I guess I just need to do this as well. Interesting. Interesting. I don't need to make a note of what encoding it is. Oh, hang on. I wanted to make sure that the file reading thingy does actually handle it. That's out of curiosity. Because if it doesn't, then I don't need to make my little thingy here automatically handle it. In fact, I should not. I should not try to read this text if... Code load. UTF-16. Does it work? If you click the variable name, it should show usage. Okay. I don't really care that much, to be honest. I just wanted to know something. Oh, it looks like I forgot to set a breakpoint and it just loaded the file normally. Okay. It's fine. So, it does support that. I kind of would have been surprised if it did not. Alright. So I guess I need to do that then, don't I? If all on the file do heuristic check to see if blah, 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 blah. Do I really want to check? Because then I have to do the same checks that they do, right? I have to do the same thing where it's like, make sure it's at least this long before we try to read this many bytes. So many private members, and for what? I don't know. Hi, little toothbrush. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Cockupsy. Why are you... It says break. Wait, does this mean that you're on the break at work or something? Or break? What a name. What an emote. Do I really want to deal with this? I really actually don't want to deal with it, but I think I really might have to really deal with it, really. I can't believe that's private. That's so fucking stupid, man. Why did they make that private? That's like a useful thing. I can't believe they're hiding that away from us. Well, I mean, they're not. They're literally showing it right here, so I could just copy and paste the entire thing, except it's C. Well, maybe, but no. Well, I guess C sharp? I guess it's C sharp. Oh well. Oh, it is, yeah, right, then in .cs. Okay. Okay. Can't you use a stream reader that includes the code? It's private. Right? Wasn't it's private, so I can't use it. It's I'm not good enough. I'm not it's too good for us. Nobody else deserves that. Stream reader itself is public. Wait, where is that actually? IO? What does it offer though? Inherits text reader. Okay, I don't see anything useful for telling me what the encoding is. Read to end? I don't want to read it. I want to know whether it's got one of these markings or something.
Encoding.
Reb! Hi, welcome. How are you frubing? So valid, UDF8, or 16 file. Why am I even checking this? This is so stupid. Huh. I guess what I'll do is I'll ignore the first 3 bytes. Try to ignore the first 3 bytes, but then I won't be able to load any tiny files. What other conditions do I have for loading? My loader, my little loader, looks for... It must contain 0 to 9, or A to F, or A to F. And it must contain a comma or a space as separator. Or tab. Or line for... Okay, a million different characters. 5 actually, but... You know, 1,000,000, 5... Who's keeping count? They're basically the same, right? Hi, Fripp. With C# you can use reflection or unsafe accesses to use private members anyway. What? Reflection is awfully inefficient. Isn't that kind of, at that point, it's like an interpreted language? I don't really know anything about reflection, I guess you can tell. Isn't Stream Reader automatically converts everything into .NET UTF-16? If you need raw data, you'll use a binary reader. Yeah, no, of course I'm gonna read it in as binary. I just want to know. What I'm trying to do is detect whether it's text, ASCII text, I should say, ASCII text, or not. Obviously, the way to test whether it's ASCII or not is to like make sure that all the characters have, all the bytes have values less than 0x80.
Gaseraki.
What?
Yes.
Cheese. Cheese. Cheese?
I'm winking. Imagine only one eye being open. Well, let me try the other eye. Oh, you can't see it anyway. Hi, Omni. Welcome. Why? Why? Go away. Don't like that. Not for free. Why do they waste so much cheese? I don't know. But everyone flipping doesn't. Do you have the file contents all in memory? I will have, yeah. Or am I reading as little as I can? No, I'll have to read everything. Because there's no guarantee that there won't be like a 1 byte right at the end that says... I don't know, it says the person who built Redeem. Look! My hand is stuck. Hands? Hello? There we are. Let me think. Valid GTFA. Okay, so am I literally testing them? God, I hate this so much. Thank you for the pads. Man. Do I really want to check them one by one and see if that one's that and that's that and that's that? I guess so, man. Let's just do it. Let's bite the bullet. Let's bite the bullet. Eh? A valid UTF-8 text file. Okay. Valid UTF or Unicode.
Jumpman.
Chumpma. Don't bite me, cat. Hi, Lotus. Valid Unicode text files may begin with non-ASCII characters, byte order markers, multi-byte non-ASCII characters, byte order markers, even if the rest of the file is ASCII only. That's any ASCII characters. Fine, let's read the entire goddamn file. Let's call it dim file data as byte equals no dialogue. No, sorry. Oh, actually, there was an option to do that, wasn't there? There was open a file. Okay, no, that's... I don't know what that means. This is... Okay, that's not what I want. Equals... How do we do this again? System.io, the file, dot read all, but not all text. Bytes, there we are. And the path is... dialog open, dot value. Okay, so first we're just going to assume that magically works. I'm not error handling it yet. If file data's length, so can we just, yeah, we can. If this is at least 2, then we can test for UTF-16, little and big endian. If this is, I hate this so much. If file data 0 equals, what were they again? FFFE and FEFF? FFFF? Yeah. FFFE, FEFF, FFFF. So FFFE is little endian equals, which way around is it? I literally just read it and I've forgotten. FFFE. Okay, FF. What the? What the heck? And 1 is FE. Then I guess we'll just assume that that really is, you know, we'll assume that that really is. I mean, this is heuristic anyway, so we already know this is not going to be perfect. We'll assume that it's UTF-16, little endian, and if that's the case, what other data could be mistaken? Like, what actual binary data for LPC, this LPC-10 encoding would look like this? It would need to be maximum energy, because that's 11111. Yeah, or it should be a stop frame, because 15 is a special value, which is a stop frame. So it'd be the end of the document already. Okay, so the very first frame would be the end. And then there wouldn't be as much as the second byte probably, so okay, that's fine. I was just curious. Anyway, so if that's the case, then it's UTF-16. Then we'll assume it's text, right? Let's make a thing called I kind of want to make a like an enum here actually, and just let it run through, so we only need to call this function once at the very end, once we've decided. Yeah, let's do that. Dim file type, I guess. As I guess I want it to be an enum. So the current file type Or file type cur. How am I naming these things? Nameling. Or nabling. There's a mix of naming and labeling. Are you on a flavor of .NET that has the link enumerable method? The link scares me, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say no. Hi Bucky! Welcome! Current file type as current file type as, yeah, I guess I gotta make my own thingy. I can't make it in the middle of a sub, can I, unfortunately? Dim file type enum. Oh, sorry, enum. Wait, private. Wait, how do you use it again? Private enum, right? Yeah, we can't do this in the middle. Let's put this all the way up here. For file opening / saving. This is gonna be we'll have unknown. Sure, I guess I'll name it that way. File type unknown. File type text. File type hex text, sure. And file type raw binary. And I'm just gonna make that be the 0 by default, so just to ensure that's gonna be the default value. As bin as what do I call it again? The file type enum. So this, if that's the case, then we're going to say that the file type is text. If this is the case, we're going to say the file type is raw. And at the very end, we'll switch on the file type. Where do you want to exit yet? I guess the rest of this we can put in case else, actually. At the very end, we'll do these things. One of them. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop. What's the problem? Oh. Oh, hang on. We're only doing this if posto is larger than or equal to 0 as well. Oh, you know what? In that case, let me just do it slightly differently. If a curve file type is still unknown, then we'll do all this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And at the very end, we'll just say if file type is, I guess, text. Where are we? Then we'll do it that way. Else we'll do this. By this point, it should only be one or the other. So what's wrong with this? If must end. Oh yeah, right. We're still not ending this. So in this case, then we're gonna say that is text. Else if, so this is at least 2 still, so we can check for FEFF. So this one is UTF-16 little endian. We'll do the same thing here. Now that I've started doing this and I've started to bite the bullet, it's just less painful now. I mean, it's still, I don't want to be doing it, but you know. So that's text. Anything else, we'll say that it's... Actually, I won't put it there. I'll just put it at the very end. If we're still here, then we'll say that... Ah, wait, no. I guess I... So if this is still unknown at the very end, then assume that it's binary. If still unknown, assume binary. Wow, that only just fits in the screen. What else? So if it's at least 3, then we can... Oh, we should be doing the... No, we should be doing the little... We should be checking the smaller ones first, right? And then the longer ones, surely. Right? Or not? Maybe we should be checking the longer ones first. Because it's less likely that the sequence of 4 bytes is... random bytes is going to happen to be perfect than a random 2 bytes are going to be perfect, right? Okay, that's going to be an else if then. And we're going to check something else first. If file data.length is at least 4, then this will be the UTF-32 one. And what was that? I got to check this again. UTF-30... How are they combining them? Read uint... Oh my goodness, okay. So it's 0, 0, FE, FF. Okay. 0, 0, FE, FF. 0, 0, FE, FF. Same as it ever was? Wow. I like that wavy man. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, in that case, if... I kind of just want to read those 4 bytes. If this was in C, I'd be wanting to use a union right now. Oh no, not even a union. I would like recast the array pointer to be a UN32, and then I'll just test the UN32 value in one operation, rather than this equals this, and this equals this, and then this equals this, and then this equals this. We've got another 2 to do. Gotta check all 4. Oh boy, let's do it then. If this, so we've got 0, 0 as the first one. We've got 0, 0 as the second one. And these. FE, FF. Then this is UTF-32. But FE and FF could be the other way around as well, right? Or not? Could they not be the other way around? But then I guess it would have to be FF, FE 0000, right? If the entire thing is backwards. It's scary to start writing code and keep doing it. Ah, yeah, true, yeah, that one. It's only assuming big endian. Yeah, look, it's only assuming big endian. But surely it could be little endian as well. My question is, if it's little endian, would it still be 0000 at the beginning, or would the entire thing? The entire thing would be backwards, right? It'd be FF, FE 0000, surely. Right? Surely. UTF-32, big endian. In that case, it's text. Oh, well, mind you, if .NET's file reader thingy, stream reader, can't read little endian, then I guess it doesn't matter whether little endian is a thing or not. If we can't use it easily. 32 bits. 32 bits for 7 bits of data if it's ASCII. Now that's efficiency. It's not actually. It's like the opposite. Else if file data dot y. What is this? Can you? I swear to God. Keep the case, please. If we start generator 3, then that. Why do you not capitalize it sometimes? And sometimes you do. No, not and then. I'm not reading a children's story. If this, so what is it? B something F F E B F F E E F B F something E F B B B F. Okay. So this. Can I fit all 3 on one line? Probably not in a way that lets me put a comment there. EF BB. I feel like I should make this a public function now. Even though I'm not going to need this anywhere else in the program, I think. Just despite the fact that Microsoft made their encoding detection private, I'll make mine public even though I don't need it to be. That seems like a sensible thing to do. EFBBBF. This is UTF-8. And this, to be more precise, this is FEFF, the character over here you can see behind the chat. Which I assume this means the little endian. Sorry, I assume this is the lower byte and the higher byte, which should mean FF, FE, which should mean little endian UTF-8? Is there such a thing as big endian UTF-8? There must be, right? The only place I see little and big endian are with Modbus. Interesting. Lane! Hello! Lane, I heard my voice earlier, but I'm gonna try and yawn for you anyway. There you go. Sorry, I cut the reverb tail off a bit there. How are you doing? I don't know if that's little endian or not, actually. I'm just... So we're only going to detect UTF-32, big endian, UTF-8, little endian, UTF-16, little endian, UTF-16, big endian. I guess. Who flipping cares? Curve file type equals... Ah, hold on, there's one more test I need to do before I can be sure, actually. Dot text. Before we do this, actually, there's still one more test that needs to be done. If this is unknown, this is where I do the fun heuristic that I was wanting to do the entire time, which is just making sure that all the bytes are in the ASCII range. More specifically, I can avoid some silly low values as well, which are like, you know, like the really low unprintable ones like the bell character. If current file type equals FD unknown, then we still want to continue. If still unknown, scan file for non-ASCII chars. I guess I should say for non-printable ASCII chars? It's like non-printable and non-ASCII, but man, this comment... Every time I add to it, I'm having to push it further back. Okay, that's as big as I can... bigger comment as I can get. And at the very end, if it's still not known, then we'll assume it's binary. Very and basic to say, yeah! So then I can do like easier UI design stuff. I mean, I could have done it in C#, but I don't like C#. So, yeah. It's still unknown, scan the file for blah 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 blah. So we're just gonna go through 4 and... Actually, we can just do a 4 each. Would that be faster? 4 each is often slower, right? But if we're doing an array lookup for every single thing, is that faster? It's probably not gonna make a huge difference either way. Let's just say 4... How do I do it in my loading thingy? Also, how's the lane doing? When I was loading it in my frame loady thing, I was doing it as an integer thingy. What the hell? Oh yeah, there it is. I was about to say, why didn't I specify the type? But I did up there. Okay, so I did do it as a thing and then a thingy. Oh, of course, because I needed to start not from the very beginning, so yeah. If I'd done 4 each, I would have done it from the very beginning. That's why I didn't do it there, but I guess I'll do it the same. It worked once, it'll work again. Next, in char. as integer equals 0 to file data dot length -1. Ah, but this is a byte array anyway. This is, we're not dealing with chars here. So we want to check its value. If it's within the range... Okay, what range should we allow? We definitely want to be able to allow line feeds. So 0D and 0A. Character return line feed. Tab. What character is tab? Isn't it like 9 or something? It's something really low, right? Hold on. Let's enter a tab. Tab.txt. This is a silly way of doing it. No, it's not that silly actually. It's 9. Okay. So 9 or higher we should allow. And 7F or lower we should allow. So if wait, if I'm doing 2 array lookups for every single thing, can you even for each a byte array? I'm actually curious about this. For each val byte as byte in file data? You can. Huh. If val byte is larger or equal to 0x09, oh sorry, and h09, and val byte is less than or equal to and h7f, then it's ASCII. So really, we are looking for any character not being ASCII. So let's look for anything outside that range instead. So if it's less than that or greater than that, then we can stop our search immediately and say that the current file type is binary. And we can exit the for loop. And we'll just continue down here. This will be false, and then we should just load it. Otherwise, if we reach the end of this, and everything was ASCII, then we can say the file type is equal to text, come on. So for each byte in the array, if val is outside 9 tab to 127, which is, what is character 127? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh no, I'm not. Well, I mean I am, but I was about to say I could have just typed 09 here and seen what appears here, but it's a tab character. It's not really printable in a single character. On the other hand, 7F is also not printable. What the hell? 7E? 7E? What's 7F? What is 7F? Oh, it's a delete. Huh. Okay, yeah, definitely less than 7F then. 7E would be the last printable one. So 7, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, am I reading this correctly? Yeah, I am. 9. HT? What is HT? Horizontal tab, I wonder? Yeah, it probably is, right? Horizontal tab, backspace, bell, line feed, character return, form feed. VT vertical tab, maybe? Interesting. I didn't know there was a vertical tab character. SOSI, something out and in maybe? What is that? Do you have any actual explanations? SO. Shift out and shift in. That sounds fun. VT. The tab key. Okay, that's... Oh, it's one of these redirections. It's leading to a page called vertical tabulation, but it's one of the many broken tab thingies. Oh, it does actually mention vertical tabulation on this page. Okay. Never mind. The vertical tab. So it's almost like a new paragraph, perhaps? Oh no, it's got to jump to a specific multiple, isn't it? Okay, what are these other ones? DLE. There are a bunch of silly ones here actually that I don't want to allow. I don't want, like, any of these characters is not good. Once it comes to space, that's fine. I guess tab is the odd one out in this. Oh no, CR and LF as well. Character return line feed for going to new lines. So the only characters in this region that we are allowing that we'd be okay with would be a space, of course. And tab, character return, and line feed. Anything else I want to count as non-ASCII, meaning non-printable ASCII. That's a bit annoying, isn't it? That's a bit of a... But the more that we discriminate against, the better, like the fewer false positive detections of text we'll have. Because we really shouldn't have any of those values if it's plain text, right? So I'm going to set up a select case because I can express this much less messily if I do that. Select case, val byte. If it is 9, we just tab, or wait, hang on a second. There are VB constants for this, aren't they? Aren't there? Keys.tab. Is that 9? Oh my goodness. Whoa! Thank you very much for the raid, Dr. Star Watcher. Hello. Welcome. Hi. How are you doing? Come on in, the tea's been made and the witty banter is flowing freely. Just watch out for rogue penguins and verbal glitter. Verbal glitter! That is so much nicer than verbal diarrhea. How are you doing? Welcome in, thirsty alien Tony. I thought it said like alien anatomy or something at first. And welcome in, Toolin as well. How was stream? Let me shout you out. Star Watcher. Boop. We're back. Field report, plans, schedule, bonus at the end. You know what you're also gonna get at the end? My hand going through our head. Okay, there are head pads. There. How was stream? How was chatting? Welcome. It's not much, but these people are real gentlemen. No worries. I appreciate it. You don't need to worry about that at all. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Hi. I'm a weird cat. And I'm doing weird things. What more would you expect from a weird cat? I was on vacation for streaming and came back with astrophotography. Oh, that's flipping cool! What the hell? That's really cool. Like attaching your camera to a telescope and stuff. Do you have like a setup where the telescope tracks the... You know, counteracts the Earth rotation and like tracks the stars as they move across the sky? I had a friend who like had a very interesting setup for this. You have a full-fledged telescope with a tracker. Nice! Hell yeah. That's pretty cool. Actually, it's extremely cool. Do you have any photos that you'd like to share of it? Would you like to share a photo? You don't have to, of course. I'm just very curious to see it. I'm just gonna make it so links are allowed if you want to. Me, a gentleman. I feel like a gentle woman. A gentle woman? Speaking of which, right immediately before the raid, I got a... There's a chat from Lotus that said, what do you think about women? I think women can be pretty... poggers, as the kids would say. Poggers! Yeah, I'm working on making a, Okay, my brain is actually dying. Much like my voice. Whoa! Women! There's literally a user called Women. Amazing. Thank you very much for the gifted sub 0x539. Can't believe you just made me laugh at women. Hi Tasker as well. Hi. I'm making something. Yeah, sorry, I'm working on making a sound editor. A specific kind of sound though, not like any normal one. I'm not like your normal girls. It's for editing sound in a format used by another project of mine. I didn't make up the sound format, I'm just using it in another project. And no one's made like a good or even not good sound editor for it, so I'm trying to make one. And there's some more info here if you're interested. Do you ever they really elevated that one? It did, it's like boop, and it just pops the word women at the top. No, why would we eat it? Daria! No! Wow, did you see that? Did you see that cheese slice? Exclamation mark women, that's not a command! The cheese slice was like, and then followed me out. Hi, Dara. That's the best cheese action I've seen. I know direct linked photos of a presentation. Wow, okay. That's interesting. I'm scared of clicking Google Docs links because of names showing up in the people who are viewing them. No worries. I have my stream not distracting. No, don't worry. The entire flipping stream's purpose is distraction. However, please don't feel obliged to stay if you need to, like, you know, take care of yourself. Drink, eat, stretch, toilet, you know, all those things. You're trying to time it every time. That was a really good one. You left that like until the last minute, Dara. And so the cheese. Oh! Speaking of saving the kidneys and going to the toilet, I've been told to do that right now. Right now! So I probably should. Okay, yeah, tab is 9. Interesting. Look at all these things. Enter and line feed. Okay. Interesting. I should go and save the kidneys then. But let me just finish typing this one line of code, okay? And I'll go, I promise. It's dark water, it's special. Yeah, that got fixed a little while ago and then now it's broken again. Hashtag just your average Unity transparency issues. Why is water black? Oh, I kind of just said that as well. Alright, if it's tab or if it's CR or LF, okay, that's defined there. Wait, what do you mean? Hang on, wait. What the? Oh yeah, it's a string, isn't it? Oh, it's a string, okay. Carriage return. That's annoying. Carriage return. CR and LF. Because when you looked in here, line feed, so that's LF. Enter is carriage return. That's so silly. Anyway, keys dot enter and keys dot line feed. So these are the only 3 that we care about in that thingy. And we also care about everything from space. So keys dot space. I will. Oh, I'm post-checking right now. Actually, thank you very much. I'll do that right now. Yeah. Space to the tilde. Is tilde in here? Doesn't look like it is. Okay, well it's 126. We just discovered that. 7E. In that case, so that is tab slash CR slash LF space to tilde. In that case, it's text and we don't need to do anything. Otherwise, case else. So this is like do nothing. This is a text character, but keep scanning. Otherwise, not an allowed text char. In this case, we can immediately say the current file type must be binary then. And we can stop looking. Exit 4. There we go. At the very end, we'll assume that it's... Oh no, right. Hang on. Oh, only if it's still unknown. We'll assume that it's... hang on, I'm getting confused here. If we went through this whole scan... and we didn't find a single bad character... right? Then it must be text. So we don't need this anymore, I guess. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. This, yeah, that's okay. That's different now. Hang on, I promise I'll go and save the goodies in a sec. I promise. Hi, Raiden! Welcome. What language is this? Yeah, it's VB.net. Currently. If, file format... If no bad characters were found, assume format is text. Is text. ASCII. Charts only. Alright, that's that. We can finish with this and then it should be able to load. Okay, finally, there we go. Hopefully it's going to now just magically work perfectly. And I need to implement saving as well, I guess. And also handling the fact that it might not actually have been able to open the file. And also handling the fact that the file might be 0 thingies long, or that it should really be handled later on, like in here. This also gets called by this. Like that. Done! Okay, I am going to go and save the kitties right now, as was redeemed by Lotus kindly. Yep, I'll be gone for like 2 minutes maybe. Everybody else, please use this as an opportunity to stretch, drink, toilet and all that good stuff. Don't drink from the toilet though, I wouldn't recommend that. Ah!
Sit.
Why? How dare you, Christoph? Okay, no, Twitch doesn't want to run ads anytime soon. Okay then, I'll just disappear and I'll be back soon. Pew. Drink, but it's morning time. I mean... Thank you. Thank you, Star Watcher. I return. Why am I so far zoomed in? I just realized how long has it been like that for? Thank you for the hydration as well, Christopher. Let me do that. My tracking is having a time right now. What the hell? I'm failing to scroll. There we go. Just one or two more long loadings. Wait, we have a loading here as well. There's a Misaka loading as well. Is that new? I don't remember that being animated. Am I crazy? Yes, but am I forgetful? Yes. Okay, we should also handle this. Let's do some error handling now. This is silly to not handle this. Let's for a start we need to see if the file can even be opened. This is doing the check to see if the file exists already. So by the time at the moment this is opened, it should exist, but maybe it doesn't. Also, hang on, what's going on here? Okay, we just won't do anything for this. Where are we opening the file? Oh, sorry, we're not even opening the file yet. Here we're opening the file. So we'll see if this succeeds or not. How do we know if this fails? Exceptions. IO exception. Directory not found. Path to... Okay, so... Are these the exceptions that it can return? Is that what that means? That's actually really nice. I didn't know you could get a list of possible exceptions like that. I guess I'll put this inside a try catch then. Is that the correct way to handle it? Doesn't seem to return an error status, so we'll try opening it. Which I need to define this outside of this now, probably. File data equals this. And if there's anything that happens, then we kind of don't want to keep going. We kind of don't want to keep doing any of this. Like any. I guess what I actually want to do is just show an error and bail out of this entire subroutine. Does this... Okay, nice. It does now realize that if... Yeah, okay, nice. It does now realize that by this point, either this has been set or we don't reach this point. So it was warning about possibly unset this. Anyway, Mystic Box. Let's say, failed to open the file name file for reading, and then we can just like show the file name. I want to put the file name below this rather than just file blub blub for reading, because what if the file name is like really long? Or the path, I guess we're going to show the whole path in fact. And we'll go on to a new line. So CR, LF, and then the file name, dialog, open the file name, the entire file name. Okay, now what buttons do we want? This is going to be an exclamation style situation. And the title can be, well, the title's kind of the same thing, isn't it? I guess error opening file. Yeah, I guess that's it, right? A payment one? Yeah, I'm afraid you're not, as a streamer, you're not allowed to they've only recently made it so that you can even have emotes just for following and not for subbing. That's like relatively recent, I think like within a year or two. But you still can't upload any animating ones for followers only, unfortunately. And you only have a certain number of slots for ones that are for followers as well. I mean, that's the case for subs as well. Anyway, failed to open file for reading. Yep, okay. So by this point, it should be able to have... It should have been able to open this. I feel like this... Wait, actually, this is the only time that we'll... Yeah, okay. Really, when I was writing this function here, I thought that I should put a thing here to, you know, to... Wait, no. There's still a chance. There's still a chance that we haven't opened the file at all yet. If it ends in .txt, we won't even have entered into that bit of code where we're heuristically trying to tell whether it's text or not. So this here could still be the very first time we hit a problem with opening the file. So we should error handle this as well. And try. Really, it's only this part though. Really, it's just that. Text to byte array. This could just return a size 0 thingy. How do we tell if it's size 0 though? Isn't just accessing it what's the problem? I'm not sure. So you don't use the 7TV? I used to. I coded support for 7TV. And then they completely changed the way that they, like from a technical perspective, the way that it works is you have to download a JSON file. It might have been a few JSON files actually. One that are global emotes and one for channel emotes. And parse it and stuff. And they originally were using the same format as Better TTV, Better Twitch.tv. And then they changed their format just to be different because they didn't want to conform. Actually, by this point, I don't even know if Better TTV... do Better TTV emotes still work? Or have they changed their format as well? Anyway, I didn't enjoy it. I got it working and then I didn't enjoy the fact that they changed it. So I was like, well, fuck you then. I won't add support for 7TV. And so I just... Well, I mean, it wasn't going to work since they changed it. So I never bothered to remake it work. What are some BTTV emotes? Let me try and use one. Do these still work? Yeah. Better TTV still shows still delivers the emotes in the same way. Nah, Better TTV is different. And Franca Faces. And 7TV. From a technical perspective. I'm not even sure about Franca Faces actually. But certainly 7TV is different. Unfortunately. I think I probably still have a cached wait, why are my hands like floating so high? I think I probably still have a cached folder of 7TV emotes. I wonder. Let's have a look. Compiled. Run. Emote. Image. 7TV. Okay, channel they're on. Global. I still got a bunch of the cached 7TV. Look, this is proof. I did have support for the 7TV emotes one time. These are all the ones which had been used in my stream, and now they can't because they've changed how the thingy works. These are all the BTTV channel emotes. Wait, these are not my channel emotes. Ah, this glitch in VR chat. Global. If we get into oh wait, FF7. Yeah, these are well, these are some of mine. Interesting. If we get into the Twitch ones, how big I hope you didn't see when I moused over this. Oh shit, I just moused over it. Okay, don't skip back and look because I want you to answer this question. How big do you reckon this is? How many emotes do you reckon have been used since I last cleared the cache, which is basically never? How many emotes have ever been used in this channel, basically? Unique emotes. I don't know how many, but I'm curious to find out. I'm also curious to know how many, megabytes this uses up. Let's find out. I can't even right click apparently. Boop. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. This is crazy. What the hell? We're gonna reach over a gigabyte? We're up to 500 megabytes. Okay, no, there we are. We almost reached 10,000 emotes used. 9,296. Or 551 megabytes. Behold. Behold. Many emotes. Oh, I was not expecting to do that many. That's a lot of emotes, man. That's a lot of emotes. I'm guessing that green head one is, yeah. It just appeared right there. Ta-da! Nice. Can we add them all? I wonder. I wonder. I should probably put a limit on the cache size, but, you know. What is this? Oh, is that like a salad? Something salady? I can't see the names of them in the cache form, unfortunately. Anyway. Remember Cabbage used this one earlier. Wait, why is it? Oh, there we are. Anyway, there we are. That was a fun side tangent. So is this your secret stash of Discord reaction emotes? I can't use the reaction emotes on Discord. I don't have Nitro. But no, I guess I could just upload them. I guess I could just drag it on. No one's stopping me from just storing one. What is that? Oh, Ouroboros. Snooker. Snake Gregory. Snooker. I've closed the folder now, unfortunately. Which means I will never open it again in my life. So when's the error gonna happen? Here, possibly? So try this. Oh yeah, right, I was looking at that. If it finds no characters, then... Well, indright will be 0 at the beginning, and we'll redeem this to be 0 minus 1. Hang on, let me catch this. Let me just make a test function. Let me just make a test function. Dim Nyan as byte, and then I'm gonna redim Nyan -1. Wait, do we do a read and preserve there? Yeah, we do. Let me just put that here, just so I mimic the exact same behavior. I want to see what happens now when I try to query this in the inspector down here. I'm assuming it might say that it is equal to nothing. Or it is being a keyword. Nothing. So let's see if that is the case. Because if that's how I could test it. Oh my god, it takes a long time. Sometimes. When I'm streaming, especially. Okay, we've hit this part. What happens if I try to query Nyan? If I just try to query Nyan 0, it's going to be out of range. Or it might be null reference. Out of range, okay. Nyan itself. Length equals 0. Oh, you can just check the length. Okay, so it's not nothing. It's just an array with the length of 0. Okay. Okay. So we can just check to see if this is equal to 0. So first of all, we're going to try to read this. This should never crash, but it might return a 0 length array, which we should check for as well. Okay, I want to put as little as possible in a try catch because I don't want it to hide my programming errors. I want to be able to catch. I want to be able to catch my own programming errors myself. So we're going to temporarily store this in a string, and that's going to be the thing that happens inside the try catch, and that alone. And we're going to say, what is this? File data spine. What is this doing here? Wait, did I not cut the text properly? What the hell? Cut. There, that's what I was trying to put there. So we're gonna have not an array, a string. Oh my goodness, I'm failing to type. File text as string, and then the file text equals this. This might fail if you can't open the file. If it fails, we'll show an error and we'll exit sub. Otherwise, we'll go on and call this. Once we've got this, we don't need the file text anymore. I guess I could just... I mean, whatever, it's going to be thrown away soon anyway, but... I guess we can free up a tiny bit of space by clearing it now, question mark. Okay, how do you do? Can you just do dot dispose? No. Fine. This might return a length of 0. So this is going to be our file bytes. Sure, file bytes. I guess I should call this file data file bytes as well. Where was it? It's going to make these lines longer. Who cares? I'll keep it as it is. Okay. If file bytes .length is equal to 0, then it may well have been a text file, but it may have been a nonsensical text file, like a not text, which is definitely a situation we need to handle. So if it's of length 0, we'll show an error message and we'll exit. And at the very end, assuming this is not length 0, we'll go ahead and try to actually load the damn array as frames. Alright, another message box. So in this case, it's because it's failed to open the file, which is actually the same error as this, awkwardly. If I move it into its own... Oh, it's pretty small, I'll just copy and paste. Boop. Okay. And in this case here, we have opened the file, but we weren't able to glean much from it. Failed to read any hex text from text or file, I guess. Any hex values from text file. Sure. Oh, hang on a second. This is this now. Error opening file. Would you still say error opening file? More like no usable data found, I guess. No usable text found? I guess. I feel like I should be screaming this because it's an error. There we are. Okay, so we're now handling those two errors as well. The actual process of loading the bytes as frames is also within the try-catch. So that's good. I think we're handling all of the errors related to opening a file now. I think. I guess we should see if it works, huh? I feel like we should see if it works. So when we do the file opening thing, here, we do reset that to 0, okay. And at the very end we do the thingy to show the displayed frames or something? No, we don't actually. Wrong thing. Ready? Wait. It's right here. What do you mean? Is it not finding it in comments or something? Wait, why is it not finding it? Code load file bytes. Oh, I changed the name of it. Array bytes. Okay, file bytes is its own thing. Right, okay, right, of course. Because file bytes takes a file name and array bytes takes an array. Okay. I feel like we're nearly done with this, but I want it to do a few things after it's finished loading, like I said here. This will eventually be part of the loader file. We need to jump back to the beginning of the file, redraw some things, update these things, and then this needs to be done as well. I don't know why I'm putting them down here instead of up here, because I feel like these are very much related to showing the data that's now been loaded. So let's put this up here as well. And now all of this stuff here should be done after clicking open to load a file. So I should probably put this into its own little thingy, because I'm wanting it to be done here as well. Well, eventually we won't. You know what? I'm gonna separate out some of the stuff from the load thingy. The clicking open should handle the dialogue and then pass off handling of the file name that was chosen, including like working out whether it's text or binary and loading it into its own separate one that we can just pass the file name to. And then we can use that same function in the like the hard-coded thing at the beginning in case we want to open the file, like in case we want to like reopen the whatever the last file that was open or something. I'm not sure. Okay, so all this stuff is gonna go into here, and then this function can do the extra cleanup code, like making sure that we show the now loaded frames. So I'm gonna call this, in fact, I think this can be inside the frames functions here. Let's call this public subcode load file any in file name as string. Boop. File type. Oh yeah, right. We need to declare that. Then file type as file type. Oh, file type. Right. That should now be inside here, shouldn't it? This part. Working file name can still be elsewhere. Oh, actually, this is not really frame related. This is file related, so this should not be inside there. Okay, so this needs to be somewhere else that's like public, I guess, but I don't know where I can put it. I worked a 12-hour night shift last night. Holy crap. Please get some sleep. Oh my god. Please sleep. Can we just access it from here? File type. No, we still can't, can we? Wait, what do I call it? File type enum. Would it be able to if I said firm main dot file type enum? Oh yes, actually. Huh. Well, let's do it this way for now. But we are doing this. Okay, we're gonna have to what's the word? We're gonna have to derive our own safe file name from this. I just call it the same thing. Save file name as a string. Thank you for the hydration, Crazy Kitty. Nice. America, New York time zone. New York was not 12 hours behind me. So does that mean that you've not slept yet? I say 12 hours behind me because the time right now is like roughly 5:30 p.m. here. So that means you finished schedule not as long as 12 hours ago, which either means you haven't slept or you haven't got 12 hours of sleep. Please get some sleep if you need to. Like, open file dialogs, save file name. Contains only file name, not directory. So to do that, we'll say, save file name. Well, what do we want to do? We want to look for a position of the backside. Oh, I know what to do. I'm going to do the same trick that I did in another thing. Let me just say save file name as string. So it's like a derive a variable like blah 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 containing only file name, not directory. And this is gonna be a one-liner. We can just say equals in the file name dot index of last index of backslash. Yes, that's a backslash, yeah. Dot hang on a second. In file name dot substring starting at in file name dot this plus 1. Because if none is found, this will return -1, plus 1 is 0. That's the very beginning of the string. If there's no folder and backslash thingy in here, then we just want it from the very beginning. So that'll do that. Otherwise, if 1 is found, this will return the position of the backslash, and we don't actually want the backslash, we want the first character after the backslash, therefore this will return everything after the backslash. Yee. Been sleeping on and off? I see. Well, pads. Is that how you spell derive, by the way? Or are there 2 R's in derive? This is not a word I use, like, ever. Derive. That is how you spell it. Huh. I accidentally got it right. Escaped? Okay, so it's no longer dialed safe name, it's just safe name, file type enum. Oh, this is kind of annoying, isn't it? Am I gonna have to fully... whatever the word is, this? I can't think of the word justify. Specify? Fully specify this every single time? I guess I am, huh? Everything after backslash equals escaped. Not in vb.net. Thankfully. I always find it annoying in C and C# that you have to like double up the backslashes in a string. But I guess it's nice being able to put in other like literals that are otherwise not printable. Like new line characters, backslash n. I really want to have to justify this every single time. Am I gonna have to make a truly miscellaneous things? I feel like I'm gonna need to make a misc things. Let's make a new module that's just misc things. Just misc, just things that multiple things need, but they're not really related to anything. Let's make a module. Let's call it misc stuff. So you can easily put in either or new line. Yeah, true. I'm gonna remove this because that didn't used to need to be a thing, and in fact having it just limits some things. So let's put this in here. Now this should just be able to access it. Hey! Now that's no longer a thing, so just that. Hey! Is it okay with everything? Not quite. This is now in file name. This is now in file name. What is this? Where is this? Oh, we're still in here. Okay, yeah, that's in file name. That's in file name. I love watching this stuff here just gradually disappear. I use local variable curve file type. Oh, that's from the other one, right? Yeah, that's left over from the other one. Get out of here, be gone! Now we can say code load file any, and we'll pass in the file name. Dialog open dot dialog open dot file name. There we go. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. I forgot I wanted this to call other things. It's kind of annoying. In that case, this can't actually be inside here because it's going to need to do some extra work. I think. I guess you could return whether it was successful or not. But this is silly. This should... Trying to work out how to format, how to split things up here. What I need to happen is the whatever is stored in the file gets loaded into the frames, which is what this function is currently handling. I think I actually haven't tested it, but that's certainly a thing I have to test. But I also need to carry out a few things when it's done. And those things are on this form. And so I can't call those from like a separate module here, otherwise... I guess I could if I made them all public in the form, but that's a bit gross, I don't want to do that. So I guess I'm gonna gather them all together into a function that's on this form. And I could either make that one function that contains only those little extra special cleanup tasks that you do after loading a thing, or I can move this entire function onto the form instead and just do them at the end. I think I'd rather do that because the alternative is that this function stays inside this module, but then has a dependency on form 1 having like some exposed public function that it can call when it's done. Or the alternative would be that I have to manually call it from here afterwards if this succeeded, which is fine, but then I have to remember to manually call the special stuff function every time after I call this. And it will need to be done every time after this. So, like, that's just asking for me to forget typing it somewhere. I'd have to type it like here in this case, and I'd have to type it here. That this will be the function. So that's kind of silly, isn't it? So a little bit of a silly. I think he said a silly willy. I think in VBNet you have to put speech marks inside single quotes. I think you're thinking of Python. The way of doing it in VB is you double up the speech marks. So if you want a single speech mark, it looks like that, which is very silly. So for example, speech marks equal as string, or mark, I guess a single speech mark as string equals bub 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 bub. That's one speech mark. Because that's the start of a string, that's the end of a string. Just this would not make sense. Wait. Oh yeah, no it doesn't. It looks like it's trying to interpret all of this as a string. Huh, 3 speech marks does something in .NET. That's interesting. It looks like it's a multi-line string or something. Yeah. Yeah. 3 speech marks is like a multi-line string by the look of it. Although, can you just do this for a multi-line string? You can just do that, actually. That's weird. So 3 speech marks is not for multi-line string. It's just that it looks like the opening of a string and then a single speech mark, and that's why I was continuing to read. Interesting. So yeah, this is a single thing. That's kind of funny. Why you gotta call my Willy silly? I'm sorry. It is more canvas in there. Do you have a playlist link? Unfortunately not. I have downloaded all of the music that is under Monstercat's streamer license, which is the thing I'm paying for, locally. So they're just MP3 files on my hard drive, and I just slap them on this. I don't know if it helps to screenshot this. I guess I could upload this. I mean, this is one of my songs. But these are all just going to point to files on my hard drive, of course. I don't know if would that help? How do you do double quote? A double quote? Like two of them together? Oh, what do you mean this? This is the start of a string? That's the end of a string. A double quote is this. Two of those. This is one. That's one. Too small? It's just two double quotes together. It's blub blub. And so if you want to make a string, my string equals the that sets your string, that says my string, sorry, my string to a single double quote. How ridiculous does that sound? A single double, double double, single double, triple triple double, single double triple. In the TTS, so back on Windows XP, there was like a speech recognition SDK kind of thing. And one of the sample programs was for ordering something at a restaurant or something, like a speech recognition ordering thingy. And in the speech recognition thingy API, you could give a list of words that you wanted, like that were part of the, what's the word? The part of the, I can't think of the word. Like lexicon or something. These are the only words that it'll recognize. And it just had a bunch of words. And so you could just say things like double double triple triple double double triple grande large grande something, and it was very silly and slightly amusing because it would then read it back in Microsoft Sam's voice, and it'd be like double 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 triple triple double. It was amusing to my, like, I don't know, 11-year-old self or something. I don't know how old I was at the time. What was on the dictionary? How to not get confused by what's a closing speech mark and what's not. It just reads character by character. It knows that if it encounters the first quote, then it knows that it must be a string beginning. And I guess after that, if it encounters another quote, it looks one character ahead. And if there's another quote, then it interprets that as a literal single character. Otherwise, it counts it as the end of the string. Because you can also... Yeah, I just realized that would actually be a little harder than I first thought, because you can also do this. And that's an empty string. Grimace shake. Fortnite burger. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna move this into the main form, and now I don't even need that public public thingy, whatever the hell, misc stuff I called it in here, but public misc is what I called it in my streaming setup. Thank you for the pads, Nikodayo. Hi, Nikodayo. Let's do that. I need to know if this succeeds or not as well. If it fails, a message should already have been said about it, so we can just bail out if this fails. So we need to make this return something. So this is going to return... Should it return true if it succeeds, I guess? Not true if it fails. True makes more sense if you just ask the question, but if it succeeds, true if it succeeds. So that makes more sense if you think about it, if you just talk about it. But then when you actually use it in code, The only situation where I want to act is if it fails, so it's more useful to say if this, then exit sub. Otherwise, not rather than if not this. But anyway, it's gonna be a boolean, and I'm gonna say of returns true if successful. Can I get la boo boo in my Happy Meal? What is la boo boo? Instead of the Powerpuff Girl. I don't know what this is. So, speech mark is also your escape character in viewer.net. Only in that specific case. I don't think you can insert literal new lines. I might be wrong though. Maybe there's like a modifier you can put before the string begins that will allow it to interpret. Whatever the word is. Escape characters. Like how in C# you put like an @ sign before the speech mark to disable modifiers. I mean escape characters. Maybe there's a way to do that here as well. Let's see what happens. It doesn't like the @. Okay, so in that case we're going to return false. Return false. Otherwise we're returning this. And this needs to now be a function that does the same thing. Yoink. Wait, what? 77. Okay, if this all works, okay, an exception. Oh, we're not actually catching anymore. Why do this instead? Okay, in this case we return false. Otherwise, return true. Yay! We don't. Do we exit time? Exit while. We never exit the entire. The hell? We never. Why is it highlighting continue while? I'm selecting exit. What the? What is it doing then? I'm looking for exit. Well, no, there can't be an exit anywhere else because it would have been exit sub in the past, and that would now be an error because I changed it to a function, and there are no errors. Therefore, there are no exit subs. Logic. Power of deduction. So if not this, then exit sub. Same with this. At the very end. Wait, what is this? Expression does not produce a value. Oh, is this not a function? Oh, that's not a function either. Bloop. And so we can return this. We need to handle this as well. We need to handle this. Yeah, there could be an error here. So try opening a file, catch, and try. We are going to then, if it fails, we'll say, oh, I guess we need the same goddamn error again, don't we? It's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. Failed open file for reading, yeah. Man, it's the same error every time. I don't like this. Let's make this a function. Show. Wait, do we also show the same error here? We do, don't we? Oh my god. Shall I make this a thing in misc stuff? Let's make it a thing in misc stuff. Show. Code. Load. Open. Error. Show. which is just gonna do that. And this is gonna be in here. And public. We good? Oh, right, we need to pass in the file name, don't we? In file name as string. And now we can just call that. Wait, what's the problem? Statement is not valid in a namespace. Okay, right. I guess I have to make this in the... Wait, how did I do it before? Oh, okay, that is in there. Fine, I'll put that. Can I do this? This needs to be something else. Misc stuff. Sure. I just don't want this inside. Actually, this is probably fine to be inside, but something was not fine to be inside it before. Hopefully that just works. And I can just now just call this somewhere. Where am I calling it from? Here. No, we don't need that. We do still need access sub. That can also be called from here. And then we'll return, false. But if this is a fail to open, then this file handle has not been set, right? So. Wait, does file open fail with an error? It does say it can fail with an error. We're not handling get or close either though. I think what I want to do is we'll try to do all of this. And then if it fails, if file ID has been set, or if we need to try to close the file again, I guess. It's kind of nasty, actually. Try, it must have at least one cat here in a second. A file, close, file. Sure. Must have one catcher finally. Am I actually doing that below? CHR is also one. Yeah, true. There's also constants like VBCR and VBLF and VBCRLF for carriage return line feed. Yeah. That's how I've had to do it in the past. That's how I'm doing it in that message box, actually. I'm doing and VBCRLF to go to the next line. Where's the bit where we... There it is. Wait, are we not even... Wait, we're not even doing a try. This is not being caught, actually. We were. So this might still be able to fail somehow. Read to enter file without reaching a stop frame. Why did I remove this? Wait, why did I remove this? We're gonna keep reading, so this could easily blow past the end of the file. Why are we not catching that? Definitely catch that. What the? Read to enter file without reaching a stop frame. That's not really the real problem. The real problem is it's like we wait, no. When do we stop reading? While true. Oh, we stop reading when we reach a stop frame. Yeah, okay. Reach a stop frame, but there's still lots of data. Why did I remove this?
You guessed it.
Yeah, this should be here. Why was that not here? You guessed it.
You guessed it.
Yes, sweet. I don't know why I uncommented that. That's very Oh, I think it's because I wanted to test if this works, and I wanted to not have stuff being called there, and I forgot to put it back. Maybe. Okay, we're gonna try this, and if it doesn't do anything, then we're not gonna do anything. Who cares? We just want to try closing it. This is like an on error resume next. Can you time that? Oh, that still exists. Wow. Okay. And afterwards on error go to 0 to disable it. Method gonna contain both a try and an on error resume. That's funny. Interesting. Is it like just internally converting the on error thingies into try or something? Interesting. Clunk, hello! Hi. Thank you for the pants. This is a very interesting like mishmash between VB6 and the .nettiness of C#. Kind of fascinating. I think I didn't do a bad job. They did have an appalling job with the controls and stuff, but whatever. How's the yuking today? I'm not too bad, thank you. I hurt my voice earlier by squeaking loudly. And it still hurts. I should be stopping soon. I'm trying not to squeak too high anymore. It's difficult though. When everything is so exciting. That was me trying to not squeak very loudly. How's the clunk though? Thank you very much for sliding in / stopping by. But you're gonna be streaming today, right? Whoa! Speaking of someone else who's streaming today. Thank you very much for the raid, Kitty. I can actually say Kiri now rather than expired popsicle. Hi, welcome. How was your stream? Welcome. Snack raid. Shout out. Kiri Optimus. We're going freefall as well. Hi. Oh god. There we are. Nope. That's me ramming my hand through your eyeball. Sorry. It happens. Oh my god, I can't do it. Wait, can I go to this screen while I'm doing... Oh my god, I can do this. I can like show her really close up now. Nice. I added this thing where I have like a camera on my hand and I can wave and say hi. I can even give head pats. And I can like show you around my room, except my room's invisible right now. How was your stream? Did art and then I suffered trying to get TensorFlow to cross-compile. Oh my goodness. TensorFlow is so much more of a unforgiving beast than PyTorch in my limited experience. Did you manage? Because that sounds like a gargantuan like a task. I can't think of words. English is hard, man. Welcome in, Violet. Welcome, Ike's World. I don't know if... Oh, Ike's World. Kelwin as well. Hello. Welcome. Thank you very much for the follow ways and Star Watch earlier. And Crow is taken. Oh my god. My flipping follow notifications are broken. Let me just hide this. Hold on. Let me restart to fix notifications. I mean, it's only follow notifications. Only follow notifications. But yeah, hold on. Let me just vanish into the ether for a sec. I am in the ether. And I'm on the internet. You could say I'm in the Ethernet.
Events initiating.
Hi. I'm back. Let me actually read the chat now. We almost managed. Just one link error away. Man. It's always just one link error away. Got a compiling for Windows as part of a... Why cheat? We got it as part of a TF Lite Rust crate. TensorFlow Lite, I guess? But I'm gonna get the example in the crate to link. I mean, you got way further than I'd be able to. I'm gonna say that for sure. But yes, hello, hi. I can do this now. I added a thing. I can move to the back of my room. It's easier to do when I'm not holding the camera. Hold on. And then we can like slide to one side. Or wait, which way do I turn? This way, I think. Then we can just look. Look over here. Ta-da! I can actually show off the artwork a bit better now. Yay! It's kind of fun. It's like, I actually am in a room, yay! I can turn around. Look, it's the very much not a still image outside my window. At the resolution that's like obviously low now because I wasn't originally planning on being able to walk around. And look, oh, take a close look at this temperature. Whoa! 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 Yeah, the motion blur on this really adds to it, and the fact that it's literally just attached to my hand makes the shaky cam look kind of more authentic. It wasn't an attempt. I'm not trying to shake my hand. This is just how it is. Anyway, there we are. I thought that was pretty cool. Anyway. I want to see the art we did earlier in the stream. Oh, hell yes. Hell yes. Was there more cute gay girl art? Linux Windows cross compile. Wait. Linux Windows cross compile. I see. You got it working on Linux for Oh shit, sorry, I forgot to enable links. I thought they were still enabled. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, now my moderation page is unloaded. Hold on. Oh yeah, turn it. Yeah, okay. Now, try again. You should be able to now. Thank you. Let's have a look at this. This is not your aunt. This is... Oh my god, I thought that was something else for a split second. I was scared. It's like, well, my streaming career is over. Okay, there we are. Nice. Wait, I saw the work in progress of this on your, didn't you post like a work in progress of this on Nova's server? I remember seeing someone saying working like that, and that's pretty damn nice. Nice. I love this. I love the way that like this vest kind of thing is very clearly on top of like the spine here. You can see it like, you know, making whatever the opposite of an indentation is. An outdentation. Nice. Robot women at that. Thank you very much for sharing. Can't close that panel with those cables plugged in. Temporary. Okay, wait, hang on a second. I'm curious. I want to look at it again now. I'm reopening all of the tabs because I closed these ones. Be gone. Temporary. These ones? Oh, I see. Interesting. I wonder what they're connecting to. Is this a soldering iron? I guess so. It's got the two little, like, holes there. It means I can't make the joke probemer. I'd have to say soldermer, which is significantly more painful sounding. Yeah, that's really nice, Katie. Thank you very much. Good flipping job. Heatma? Maybe. Oh, I said hi to Violet. Could be a screwdriver, so Talkma? Talkma talk, but can you walk my walk? I am doing something on the very other end of the spectrum rather than trying to compile stuff. Well, it's not really on the other end of the spectrum. I'm compiling things, but I'm doing things. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember where was this? Something I'm needing to replace. No, there's not. I've done it all. I'm working on a sound editor, an editor for sound in a specific format. This, if you're interested. It's for those things. Basically making a bit stream that those things will be able to read, but it's not because I do have one of those, or two of those chips. I had two that were working. I accidentally killed one. But I was able to get it working and sending data out from an Arduino to it, but I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to be using a library that emulates it, which I'm already doing, in fact, but I want to be able to edit sounds for it now because no one's made a sound editor for it. So I'm like, well, guess that's my job now. And what am I looking for again? Oh yeah. Now that a file has been successfully loaded, display it, I guess. from the start. So this stuff that happened in formal load can now properly happen in the loading thingy, and we don't need any of this anymore. In fact, we won't be using any of these. We're now just going to use code load any, file any. Something. I'll fill that in later. Bloop. Bloop. I'll show you it in a moment. Now that the file's been successfully loaded, please to be doing the needful. To be doing the needful. Redraw selection, update case, refuted, handle num frames. So handle num frames changed handles are redrawing, like re-showing stuff in this table. But I also need to, like, scroll the table to the top, right? Like when you load a file in like a word processor, you see the file from the top. You don't just start halfway down if you're halfway down a file before. So what's it called? Scroll. I forget what I call this thing. Oh, wait, what the hell's it called? It was a table. I need to rename this flipping scroll bar. I can never remember the name of it. Oh my god, what did I call it? SB table. So the scroll bar for the table. I see why I named it that way, but I don't like it. So I'm gonna scroll to the very top. Which I'm gonna do it this way, just to be on the safe side. We're gonna be inserting from the top. Redraw selection. Oh, doesn't. Oh no, selection is separate. Selection is not the waterfall. Keys are repeated. Yeah. Let's do that. The ref needs redraw. Sure. Okay. Let's see if any of this crap works. I've been doing a whole bunch of things, and I've never even once called this function yet, so I guess it's about time we try. Let's pass in the nyan.bin. And I'm gonna set a few breakpoints because I don't trust this to work. Especially gonna set one here and here and here. And if we reach, well, we should not reach this part. But just in case, well, for a time when I will load a file where it'll have to go into this heuristic detection thingy. I'll set a breakpoint. Okay, press F5 now, and it should hopefully start trying to load the file. Now watch it crash before it even reaches the first breakpoint. It's past time to have had lunch. I should rectify this. Yes, please. Please nom the food. Please do the consumption. Oh, that's why it's so slow. I have my flipping CPU in power saving mode. I thought it had imbalanced. Okay, we've reached this part, which is nice. And we've determined that the file type is unknown. Okay, it's already failed. It has already failed. Oh, right. This should be pos.+1. Can you? Yep, there you go. Now it knows that it's raw binary, which is good, so it's not going to do any of this stuff. It's just going to go straight onto here. So it shouldn't do this. It should do this. Okay. And hopefully this is going to return true. I guess the only situation where it would return false is when we show a message box or whatever. Okay, continue. Okay, nice. Then all this stuff should just work because it worked before. Okay, nice. That works. Oh, I guess I'm going to show you this for the people who haven't seen this before. Here's the editor in its current state. It's gonna look different eventually, hopefully, because this isn't a great look, but it's functional. We just can't insert or delete our own frames. But you can copy and paste existing frames currently. I just haven't been bothered to add an insert or delete button yet. I mean, I've added the button, but Anyway, so you can play the whole thing, but you can also do this. And it just plays whatever is under the mouse pointer. And over here, so this line here is pitch. So you can just redraw this to be like... exactly like that. And now it sounds like this. And nyan. And over here you see the frequency response of the filter that's turning the buzzing sound into like a more of a vowel sound. And that's being controlled by these numbers, and these are like some little 2D pads for controlling those numbers in like a slightly less painful way than just typing. And if you make the end pitch up, it'll be nyan. Yeah, like this. Well, I guess I didn't make it go high enough. Wait. There you go. The additional UI? Thanks. Oh, this thingy, yeah. So this filter frequency response is not an FFT of like the pitch. So like if you want to copy and paste, well, I can do it now actually. Let's copy and paste that frame. And if you were just to change the pitch. See, this is like staying the same no matter what the pitch is. So this is an FFT of like a single click of the voice passed through the filters. So it's just showing the frequency response rather than being influenced by the pitch. And yeah, you can move these things around as well. So if you freeze it on like... Sure. Yeah, you can make some rather cursed sounds. Oh yeah, it also shows if it clipped. But it's very easy to make it clip. You can make awful noises, many awful noises by dragging these to the extreme positions, like down in the corners. Oh Jesus. Okay, there's enough ear destroying at this point. Time to get out to a MIDI controller and jam it. Oh! You're not censoring it, you're censoring me! Anyway, that's stuff.
I like when it went bubble 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 bubble.
There's also noise. Bubble 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 bubble.
I like when it went bubble 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 bubble.
Good question. How long until this does bad apple? I mean, I could try like extracting the voice from a song and running it through this. Well, not through this. This program doesn't do the conversion from like a WAV recording or whatever, normal audio recording, to LPC-10. I have to use a different one currently, so I'd have to run it through a different program, which would be absolutely monstrously slow. It's like a slow program because it's Python, but it would be extremely slow if we're trying to run minutes through it. Like it would probably need to come back after like half an hour or so. I'm not kidding, it's very slow. But then if I can get the voice extracted from the song in like good quality and without reverb and without like, you know, like a chorus effect or a background singer, if it's just like very clean single, what's the word? Acapella. Then we could probably play it on here and hear it maybe, and it might not be 100% terrible, who knows? Okay, so it's able to load a binary file correctly, which is nice. Well, it's able to do it from not having a file loaded yet. So I don't think I have any other files in binary format currently. What else do we have here? We've got a bunch in text format. Should stress test and test all these as well. gonna make a folder called this, I guess. This is one. This is one. This. They can all go in here. Ah! And we can remove this, which is a single tab. This is how I found out the... Oh, is it still open? That's what it is. This is how I found out the ASCII code point for a tab. I think code point is the right word. Anyway, let's see what happens if we try to load a different file now. After it's already loaded this one. We can skip through this. What the fuck? Oh, right, okay. Oh, wait, okay, well, that's actually a good point. It did not handle this. Interesting. So it was just trying to load... Oh my goodness, what's happening? It was just trying to load a file that no longer exists. And then it crashed. So where was that happening? Where was that happening? Wasn't expecting that. Okay, so the file name is this, blah blah blah. And we're assuming that it's binary already, so it's gonna go into this. And this crashes where? Here. Ah, right, of course. Of course. It's trying to get the length of the file here. Okay, this should also be inside the try catch. Yeah, okay. In that case, I'm also going to do free file before this point. Free file has to be non-zero, right? Free file always returns non-zero. Like the file ID has to be non-zero, right? Ah! Thank you for saving the kidneys. Oh my god, I should actually be stopping streaming. Thank you for making me realize. Because it's dinner time right now and I need to shower and stuff. So I will save the kidneys. However, I'm going to also change this to if this, then that. Okay, I'll try again, I'll try again. Okay, it worked. Failed to open file for rating. Nice. And now I just have an empty... Oop. Oh! Okay. Interesting. It doesn't... Okay, the interface does not handle there being no frames loaded in a good way. The window redrew, but I moved my mouse over it as I was moving the mouse to drag the window in view so you could see the damn thing. And, yeah, handling the mouse event. Interesting. Huh, that's kind of funny. It's fine when a file's loaded, but with no file loaded is... That's interesting. Also, hey, Ninja Zombie. That little... Is that Chirino? Yeah. Wiggling around. Looks like it's like... jamming to the music. Okay, there's your message. Okay. I'm gonna try and drag it in view without moving the mouse over it. Okay, there we are. So it does cleanly load with no files loaded, but the second I move my mouse over the table... Was it this? Was it this? Ah, it was over the select thing. Oh, but literally it crashed in the thing that says handle select. Why aren't we doing this in the mouse move event actually? Why is this happening in the mouse move event? Oh, right. Okay. In frame equals this. Okay, so basically if num frames is equal to 0, we shouldn't do any of this. Just, in fact, I wonder if it'd be safer to disable entirely the interface when there's... Wait, that'd be stupid. You can never add a frame then, can you? Alright, if num frames equals 0, then exit sub. Just like you can't possibly be selecting anything or doing anything with the selection when there's when there are no frames to select. Okay. That will hopefully fix that. It might also have a problem with you managed to make LPC player right now without interpolation, but it works. Oh dude, that is insane that you've been able to do that quickly. That is insane. Let's see if we get a crash when this happens. Nope. What about this? Oh, okay, that crashes. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Own frames. Oh, right. We haven't even initialized the array of frames at this point. Wow, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The frame range. I'm guessing the same thing might happen. No, it shouldn't crash when we do live playback, I think. Because by default, no frame will be selected, and it should handle the situation when no frame is selected. But let's see. Nope. Just kidding. It crashes. But it's not because of the actual audio playback, it's because of trying to draw those pads, those 2D pads, from a frame that doesn't exist because no frames have been loaded. Interesting. I think we want to handle these at the earliest possible level where these occur. So basically just don't let the buttons even be pressed if nothing's loaded. In fact, we should just comment these buttons should not even be enabled if there's no thing loaded. That's what I'm realizing. Okay, so really we want these buttons, kind of all of these buttons in fact, to be like, and save as well when there's nothing loaded. Basically all of these we want to be disabled at the start. I'm kind of realizing that I want to make a function that will do the enabling and disabling of all of these. So basically everything except for the new and open, because you should be able to go new and open at any moment. But the others depend on whether there's a file open. So let's make a function called private sub. In fact, not a function. I'm very impressed, Podmas. That's amazing. Private sub, show or enable, disable. Whoa! X! Hello! Hi! You would hear how tired my voice was there. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Was it Gundam building? Or was it Monster Hunter? Or was it Final Fantasy? Or was it something completely else? Valkyria Chronicles. Ah, yes. It was the last option. Something completely different. This time spoken with correct English. Ooh. Is that a VN? I think it's VN-ish. How was it? How was your stream? Thank you very much for the raid. I'm gonna be ending in a minute. Sorry. Let's just do this first. Enable, disable, what the hell do you call it? Like loaded file controls or something. Let's make the world's longest sub name. Yeah, welcome in everyone. Hi, it's me, I'm a weird cat. There we are. Right now I'm working on making a thing to edit sound data in a certain format. In fact, I'm just kind of should be stopping, to be honest. Sure, well, and I finished the game. Oh, hell yeah. Was that did you do it in like one stream? Wait, how long was the stream actually? I just had a look, but I've forgotten already. 3 hours 34. It seems like it'd be a pretty short stream actually. Hi, Annika. Welcome, welcome. You're gonna see a random notification as I re-enable these. Okay, it wasn't that random. Long as sub name, so like this. Wait, what is that? Free organic password. That's funny. There's no way that emote is readable at the small size, but that's kind of funny. I mean, it's very funny. I like it. I love the meme about bottoms making passwords. Played a few weeks ago. I see. You need to port now chirping table as I use floats instead of that encoding in Python Wizard. You're copying all the K parameters from datasheet. They're not copyable. Oh god. Okay. Wow, that's extremely impressive. Wait, have you tested it and it works? That's so cool. You can get example TMS 5220 data from the Talkie library if you're interested. Welcome in Crucis? Yes, that's right. Crucis maybe. I read it as Crucis the at first. Like an idiot. Welcome. Is that a visual novel X? I'm wondering. The art is telling me that it's a VN, but it's probably not. Show now, I guess, or enable now. Enable now. The button's always going to be visible, but they might not be enabled. So all I can do is say all these flipping buttons. Oh, they've all got different names as well. Okay, we've got save. So it's TSB, right? Tool strip button. File save. I'll just see what it is. TSB. Yeah, so file save enabled equals enable now. This is going to be a long-winded thing. What else do we have? We have cut. Cell cut enabled. I'm just going to copy and paste this line, I think. Thank you very much for the pants. Shika. I can't currently load byte streams, but it outputs sound. Okay. Paste. Oh, I can't copy and paste. Oh, actually, there's a different. Right, I named it different, didn't I? Would I call it paste insert? Yeah. I'm thinking of making different paste methods, so you can like paste over a thingy, and like if you have like a big selection and you're pasting something of a different size, have it like stretch the clipboard basically up to the right size, like interpolate, that kind of thing. That's probably, I don't understand. I don't know how to do that in a way that's user friendly, intuitive. TSB order. I can't even describe it in text how to do it very well. Maybe the posture check, Alika. Twitch is desperate for me to put my face in an AI-based facial verification service. What the hell? Twitch is doing that shit? What the hell? That's new to me. News to me. Thank you. And thank you for the pants as well. Is that Myriad? It is Myriad. Persona is their third-party system and apparently is using AI tools. Wait. Only the Bryish get that. Wait, get one? Get one? What did you say? I didn't see you say anything. Is this like an age verification thing? Is that what you mean, Sass? Sass? We got Ord Live and Ord FS, which is full speed. So, Ord Live, Ord FS. Why are you not doing the thing? Thank you. What else is there? These things, which I'm not even using it. Frame, add, insert, add, end, and delete. I don't have icons for those ones yet. And finally, oh my god. Oh. Whoa. That's not quite right. Nice. So we need this to enable them if this worked, and I guess if it fails, we want to disable all this stuff. Oh, we want to... It's almost like we actually don't want to exit if it fails. So we kind of want to go to a cleanup thing at the end, don't we? Sure, this is not... Whatever. Whatever. Let's flipping go to. If you haven't goed to once in your life, you've never lived. I think it's only happening once there. And once exit 4, not exit something. Exit, that's the only one. Okay, here as well, and here. So we need to know whether it succeeded or not, though, actually. This is actually not. It's actually not what I need to do. I guess afterload should actually be here. No, the go-to still will work here, but go-to here is not what we want. We want something else. We need a function to know whether it succeeded or not. A variable. So we'll call that loaded successfully. Sure. As Boolean. This is gonna be. I'm gonna explicitly say that's false at first. And explicitly say this is unknown at first. This becomes. Well, this simply equals this, in fact. And this. Oh, this is way neater. Equals this. If not. This is not VBA, this is VB.net. Welcome in Asaki, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry! I was looking at the monetization part, which they already have copies of my ID because I was affiliated previously, and they're asking me to verify using some shady... Wait, verify for what though, Assas? Verify for what? Yeah, being American doesn't seem to, unfortunately, save you. This is every government, I guess, has realized that, hey, we can get free information from people. I mean, the government's already flipping know your information, obviously, so I guess not actually governments, it's just other companies. But they realize, hey, look at what this stupid island's doing, pointing to us. We can do the same thing and just get people's info. I've go to enough for the world to never experience it again. Interesting. You may have over-go-to'd. You may have went. A lot of magic numbers, and I don't really know how long should be one LPC code in time. It is 200, and the sample rate is 8,000. 8 kilohertz. Yeah, it's 40 hertz playback rate is the standard, so 800 over 40 if I'm not mistaken. 8,000 over 40, yeah. Where are we? What am I doing here? What am I doing? Oh yeah, right. So this is if loaded successfully, and then also we enable them only if it was enabled successfully. So if it was unsuccessfully, then would it cause a problem doing all these if it wasn't loaded successfully? I feel like it might. By this point, a file might have been loaded successfully. If so, display it from the start. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna... Wait, we already know that it was happy doing this. Don't we? This still succeeded. The problem was only when we tried to... Okay, so it's showing the error, failed to open, which is good. That's the error that we wanted to do. Now this stuff... No, I'm not trying to... What the fuck is this? Update case are repeated. Oh yeah, right, of course, there are no fucking frames to update the case status for if the file hasn't loaded successfully. Okay, so we don't do this if it wasn't successful, so only if this, then this. Handle dumb frames change should be fine. Use redraw equals true. Yeah, is redrawing not gonna be okay? I'm not sure about this one. The waterfall redrawing. Okay, it's showing our error, which is a good one. And our redraw selection is having a problem again. What the fuck? Wait, why is it having a problem? Width, height. Oh. Ah. Right. Interesting. I guess the selection bar made itself only as high as the number of frames, and there are no frames. I'm surprised we were even able to size the picture box down to a height of 0. I'm frankly shocked that that part succeeded. I need to remind myself, where was the progress bar resized? Here it was in handle num frames changed. Interesting. So I guess we could just not redraw a selection if there are no frames then, because the bar will be of 0 height anyway, so it doesn't matter. If num frames equals 0, then x is sub. I feel like I'm going to be typing this line of code a whole bunch. Can I move this? Yes, I can. Okay, and that's it. It's loaded, and it has successfully disabled all of these, which is very, very cool. This is not causing a problem. This is not causing problems. This is not causing problems. I can move the mouse everywhere, and I can click, and it's not crashing. Yay! All right, open. Let's see if we can open a sound. Filter string you provide is not valid. The filter string must contain a description of the filter followed by the vertical bar and the filter pattern. Isn't this what I did? Oh, I'm missing a vertical bar here. There we are. Okay, nice. So now we can open... What the fuck is this? Oh, okay. I don't need that anymore either. That was when I was debugging the FFT stuff. Let's now try to open one of these files, but this time let's try to open a text file, because I haven't tried that yet. Where's my stuff here? Oh, and look at this. It's showing, hopefully showing all of them. Nothing else. Nice. Okay, so it's not showing any files here. And it is showing them here. Let's open this one, which is just ASCII. Okay, so at this point, it knows that it's text. Beautiful. So it's not going to do any of that. It's now going to call load file hex. And hopefully continue with all this. Loaded successfully should become true at this point. Loaded successfully is now true. Oh! Why are we crashing? Is the height still 0? The height's still 0. Why is the height still 0? What's going on? Why is the height still 0? I think I'm doing things in the wrong order. We're doing a redraw selection before we're doing handle num frames changed. I think redraw selection needs to happen after num frames changed, because handle num frames changed is responsible for setting the height of that. So let's try putting it this way around. Okay, so this is going to show the error at the beginning because it's trying to load a hard-coded thingy that's wrong whenever it eventually begins. Here it is. Okay, there's our error. It's off screen though. You have to believe me. Now we try to open this one. Yep. So this should size the box. Let me dive into there. Yeah, we really should size the box. Okay, out of interest. PB select. Oh my goodness. PB select dot height. It's 529. It's not 0. Oh yeah. You think your cat is about to pounce on you? Nice. Okay, so this should no longer have a problem. Everything should all be good. It loaded! And these buttons have enabled themselves. And it plays. Nice. Okay, it's working. Now what happens if we try and load another file? Let's change it to the nyan one. This one was a nyan.bin as well. So at this point it knows that it's binary, and it's going to call this line. It's going to scroll back to the beginning. Oh, I never even tried scrolling actually. Do this, do that. Dude! We seem to be able to load files. I feel like I should do something like disable this before loading a file. I feel like that might cause a problem. Yeah, that would definitely cause a problem actually. If I left it playing a frame. Okay, let me demonstrate. Let's load this really long one. I'm gonna remove some of these. We know these work now. And if we go down to, say, this frame, and now we load, Nyan, this is almost definitely gonna cause a crash because it's gonna be trying to read frame 172. Load it, and there we are. Then the timer for updating this is trying to now access a frame that doesn't exist. Okay, that's fair enough. I guess I can just manually set in-frame live synth in the loading as well to 0. That does seem like a sensible thing to do. What is it by default? It is 0 by default. Yeah, we should reset it to 0. Sorry, I'm trying to speak faster than my brain is able to buffer speech. Just make ridiculous noises. I mean, what's new? Okay, so that should now not crash in that case. Wait, what's the variable that's used when we're playing at full speed? In-frame live synth? It's the same one used when we're Kimma odd fs. Oh, wait, odd full speed works by itself. Okay, we should definitely stop playback when we are... We should definitely stop playback as well. We should basically just turn those two things off when we're loading a new file. Both of these. We should definitely turn off. We should do those actually at the start of loading, not at the end. Because this is... The playback is like a threaded thing. And if we like clear the array at the top of the function, and it's still playing in the background, and then we only stop playback at the end, it will have like crashed somewhere between start and end when it tried to read that empty array. So let's make sure that's off. We can just simulate the button being pressed if it's pressed. It's probably the most guaranteed to work way. Before loading, disable playback or stop any playback. So if toolscript button odd fs dot checked, then we'll uncheck it, which is just going to trigger the thing. Dot checked equals false. And same with if tsp odd live dot checked. Oh, what the? Then tsp odd live dot checked equals false. That should be there. I want to check this one first, just because that's how it's ordered on the taskbar. Okay. We'll hopefully fix that problem. Alright, I want to test the loading of files so that it doesn't know whether txt or bin, text or binary yet, sorry. This heuristic thingy I haven't tested yet. Also, let's see if we can even tell that it's UTF-8. I'm gonna put breakpoints on all of these points as well. I should only catch one of them. Should also check this, catch that. Okay. I'm gonna move the silly thing that it does at the beginning to disable things. We should set it to false at the very beginning. We shouldn't stop trying to load this, and we should just do this instead. False. Okay, nice. So now let's try to open a file with this UTF-8 encoded, and let's see if the... Ah, okay, never mind, it ends in txt. Let's rename those files so it doesn't know that they're text files. Let's rename them to .hum. Actually, this is silly. Let me just remove the bit where it's doing these. Let's just not do this at all. So now it doesn't know what they are. Based on file name. It's not looking at the file name anymore. Okay, open. The UTF-8 one. Oh, it didn't work. It did not read the... What is the length? The length is long. But it did not... Oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay, 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 okay. It's not an else if the file length. What I should actually be doing is... What I should actually be doing is... If it's still unknown. At this point we know that it's unknown. So we continue. Now we can just do this test. I guess. This doesn't quite feel like the right way to do it. Something about this doesn't quite feel right. So how's it being dinner time and streaming soon going? Yes. Okay, let's try that. I'm wanting to do this. Open this. Fuck, it's so fading. And by fading, I mean, yeah, it's not... It's not... Seeing if it's UTF-8 or not. So why is... So this here should be executing. Why is it fading? Oh my god, what an idiot! Whoops. 0, 1, 2, 3. This is a copy and paste mistake. If ever I've seen one. 0, 1, 2. This is 0, 1, 0, 1. And that's all good. Okay. Third time's the charm. Let's just pretend this is the third time. I don't know how many times it's actually been. Boop. Hey! There we are. It's detected as UTF-8. Nice. And so it goes to text. And so it should skip all of these tests and go straight to here. Nice. We should open because the .NET text parsing thing is fine with UTF-8. Ah, hold on. We actually don't know if UTF-32... Oh yeah, no, we do know if that works actually. Okay, so it should just work. It works! Yay! Oh, let's see if the stopping playback works when we load a new one. Let's load UTF-16. Nice! It did stop playback. Otherwise it would have crashed by now. Thank you for the pads commander. Hi, hi. And it's correctly detected UTF-16 little endian, which is super cool. So now I should just go to loading text. I guess it's worked. Let's test that the live playback stops as well. UTF-16 big endian. Nice. It detected UTF-16 big endian. Dude, this is fun. Wait, it works. UTF-32 I don't have a test for. Now let's make sure that the binary detection works. This is going to be the interesting one. So now it's had to go through into this for loop because none of the other tests caught it. It didn't catch that it was UTF anything. So now it's going to go through every single byte, and if it's one of tab, enter, line feed, sorry, tabs, character turn, line feed, or any character from space to tilde, then it's fine. What is the first byte in this actually? Is the very first byte out of range? That's not very interesting. The very first byte is already too high, so the very first byte is going to fail. Calm down, Pookie. No. So, okay, so the very first thing should be this. So val byte is 138, which is higher than 70, which is 1, 2, 6. And so it should hit this line. And then... Wait. Oh no. Right, there we are, sorry. So we broke out of the for loop, but after setting this to bin, so this is not unknown, so we're not going to set it to text. We know that it's binary. We're going to try to load the binary. And there we are! Okay, so successfully loaded the binary based on the heuristic look at the data, rather than just looking at the file extension. Okay, that's super nice. Oh, hang on. There's also, it will also have to do that by loading the non-Unicode one because there's no Unicode marker at the very beginning. So it's going to go through all of these. Let's make sure this works. So the first one is 48, blah, blah. So you should basically be able to go through the entire file. I'm going to have to press F5 11,000 times. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to remove this breakpoint and hope that this line never fires and that we end up at this next. Ah! Nice. And so this should still be unknown. So we're going to set it to text. And then try to load it as text. And there it is. This seems to be working. I want to make a small change to this. I want to say nyan corrupted. I'm going to edit this. I'm going to delete 1 byte, which is going to upset things greatly. And it should still detect this as binary, even though the first byte is no longer over 70. It's going to have to read like 5 bytes in before it sees 1 outside the ASCII range. So let's make sure that works. And then that'll also be a test for the code that handles not the file not ending cleanly. So hopefully that will show a message box. But it should still load frames, but it'll sound absolutely nonsensical and garbled. Let's see. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. I don't know if any of this is going to work. So open. I just noticed that the icon for this program needs changing. I'm going to have to think up an icon for it. Alright, so the corrupted one. Okay, oh. Okay, so this is 166. 166. Is that what this is? 178. Oh, wait, A is over 70. Yeah, okay, that's 166. So the first, it went through and that was valid, now this is not valid. And so we're saying it's binary. We're breaking out. We know it's binary. And we're going to try to load it. This, I don't know if the try catch thingy is going to work here, but let's try. Oh, okay. It actually came across what it thought was a stop frame in the garbledness. But okay, look at that. Look at that. That gives you a good idea of what kind of nonsense it's going to sound like. Would you like to hear it? Too bad, I'm going to play it. There you go. My nyan has been corrupted. Oh wow, that last frame. Nice. That's an aggressive ass last frame. Okay, I kind of want to do that with the text being corrupted as well, because this is like huge. Wait, I kind of, no, I want to, no, what do I want to do? Ooh, I clicked cancel and so it showed an error. And it correctly handled it, but we should make it not try to open a file if you click cancel, that's silly. I don't want it to show an error when you click cancel. So we grab the file name. Where are we? Hang on a second, where are we doing this? We shouldn't even be calling, we shouldn't even be getting as far as code load file, blah, 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 at this point. If code dialog open the file name is blank, then exit sub. There we are. Just don't even, just don't even if one's not chosen. Okay, so we shouldn't get an error this time if I cancel. Nice. Now let's try choosing a file. And then choosing nothing. Okay, nice. The file name does return back to empty string. I want to delete some text. No, I want to delete some more stuff from here so that hopefully it just ends randomly, not cleanly on a stop frame, and I want to see what happens. I actually think that this will break playback, even if it loads correctly. I think when it tries to play past the end, it'll actually crash. Because I think the only condition for stopping playback is it reaches a stop frame, and if there's no stop frame, it's going to try and go past the end of the array. But let's find out. Corrupted. Load it. Do we get the warning message this time? We do! Nice! Read to end of file without reaching a stop frame. The last read frame might be incomplete, or the bit direction might be wrong, or the file not be an LPC-10 binary file at all. Okay, so there it is. There's no stop frame at the end. And when I press play, I'm thinking that it might crash when the playback gets past the end, but let's see. It didn't crash. Huh. Why didn't didn't it crash? Is it still playing now? No, the button popped back out. Look, it's actually stopping cleanly at the end. Interesting, very interesting. Is that just because the timer is running fast enough to catch it? Is it the timer that's stopping it? What is stopping playback? What is stopping playback? Let's see. Set params, update, check clips. No, all this timer is doing is showing what frame we're currently on, like moving the highlight down the screen and showing the clipped warning, the waveform clipped red text warning. Oh, it's actually not clipping. All frames, in-frame life synth. In-frame life synth. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. This is the one. Shit, this is the one. osynth.eof. Ah, okay, no, I think this timer is keeping it alive. I think this timer is keeping it alive. As in making it not crash. Because the timer is polling regularly enough in real time while it's playing. Faster than the duration of one frame of audio. Oh wait, but it's synth.eof. Okay, so one of these things is happening. Wait, one of these is happening. Which one is happening? What's happening here? Okay, so that's beginning playback. Okay, this thing here is continuing. And now it's showing up as EOF. Okay, so the provider's thingy is setting synth to EOF? Synth EOF to true? How is it doing that? How is it knowing if it's at the end? EOF. Oh. I thought I jumped into here. Oh. There we go. Where's EOF happening? EOF. So it's the synth dealing with it? What's making the synth go to EOF then? Oh, hang on. Oh no, that's just for the reading, sorry. We're always just incrementing this by one. In frame end. In frame end is checked. Ah, there it is! Okay, that's where it is. That will be happening. This, I bet you anything, this is what's happening. We are checking who's going past the end, and then we silence the synth, and when we silence the synth, that is sets osynth.eof to true. Look at that. That's how it's working. Okay. So if we play that now. There it is. There it is. We are handling it. Hell yes. Alright, this actually seems to be working kinda as well as I would have hoped it to.
Cheese.
Bye, cheese. Ah!
Cheese.
Why? I almost feel like we should ignore the file extension to begin with. But maybe not. Should we ignore the file extension and just always use heuristics to tell? I wonder. Because what if we like purposely mess up the thingy, you know? Like what if we explicitly say that, hey, you know this nyando bin? Ha, actually, is nyando bin.txt, and this text file, it's actually .bin. This will probably show a warning because it'll either read past, it'll either encounter a random stop frame in the text. Like it just reading the text as binary is just gonna be like nonsense to it, but it might encounter 4 bits in a row at the right time and think, oh, that's a stop frame. And then it'll show a warning that there's more data after that it hasn't read yet. Yeah, let's just see what happens. So let's see now. So now we've put these back and it is looking at the file name and we've made the file name wrong. So let's see what happens. Okay, so it's about to try to read it as bytes, even though it's text. Okay, reach the stop frame, but there's still lots more data in the file. Nice, exactly as I hoped. So it's gonna be nonsensical. Let's just see what it sounds like. How long is it? Not very long. About 2 seconds. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't enable the playback buttons because it showed them. Interesting. Okay. We need to not return that we failed if we're just showing a warning. Yeah, we need to not return false in that case. So don't return false here. Yeah, don't do that. I didn't put the return false there, I only made the mistake there. That's interesting. Okay, let's try it again, and I want to hear what it sounds like because I think it's gonna be funny. But remember, I have a bad sense of humor, a weird sense of humor. Anyway, it sounds like this. Oh my god, look at all the switching between voiced and not voiced. It's kind of repetitive towards the end. What the hell? Interesting. Why does it remind me of the robot voices in the game Stray, which I need to continue playing? Now let's do the other way around. If we try to load this tiny little binary file as if it's a text file. Okay. I have less faith that this is gonna go right. Let's see what happens. Failed to read any hex values from text file. Okay, so this should return false, right? So these should become disabled? Oh, okay. We left the thing enabled here. But we didn't press the button. Also, I just realized that even though the button's disabled, it'll probably still respond to us pressing F2. Oh god, it does. Okay. Man, the number of bugs I'm uncovering right now. I kind of just want to fix these bugs and then I'll stop, right? Surely. Okay, so failed to read any hex values. Should become false. Okay. I'm going to... Okay. So the reason it kept on showing the frames from the previous file is because the only thing that erases the frames array, all frames array, is the function that loads from bytes. This one here does this at the top. But this never gets as far as calling bytes, so the array still exists. So I kind of want to explicitly clear the array here. But also I don't want to clear the array. I wonder what situations would I want to clear the array actually. I guess I want to clear it under any situation where I'm returning false because that's going to disable the buttons. So what I could actually do is have that done here. If not loaded, if not loaded successfully, then num frames equals 0 and redim all frames. What did I do? 0 minus 1? Thank you, XC. I'll do that in 1 sec. What did I do? Aw. Yeah. Okay, I just made it 0, but num frames I think is the important thing. I might as well do that to save some memory. Who cares? Thank you for the pads. In case file couldn't even be opened, make sure it looks like no frames have been loaded. What's that function called? I'll do it in 1 sec. Won't have run. Okay. I'm almost out of water as well, so this is perfect timing to be ending stream. There's not much in it. Do you reckon I'm gonna finish it all? I'm gonna do it. That's it. That's it. So now I absolutely have to stop. faster check as well, though. What was the one other thing that I wanted to fix? Oh yeah, the fact that you can still press the keyboard shortcuts to do things even if the buttons are disabled. That's a bad one. We should not be able to do that. Yeah, we shouldn't really be doing any keyboard shortcuts, but we're going to want to be able to do Control O, aren't we? To open. Exclamation mark fart? I'm afraid not. Afraid not. It's not a thing. Okay, so if num frames equals 0, then man, we're gonna be putting this check all over the place. It's so silly. For each hand, nothing above handle the process report. They did not handle it. Really, we have handled it, and there's nothing to do. So, Control press, clip copy, return true. Sure. Copy. Yeah, that should only happen if this is true as well. Not sure if it's going to do what I want it to do. Let's just say it's large and 0. We're only going to do that if... Mind you, we do kind of want to return true. This is not quite the right thing, actually. So if there are frames... Oh god, I just deleted everything. Okay. I only want to continue if this... Oh god. If. I'm putting ifs all over the place. I'm effing crazy. Stop messing around with my indentations, please. Up. We don't really want to do anything. Ooh! I'm not returning true here. That's naughty. That's naughty. I should tell it that the message has been handled. If control is pressed and X is selected, yeah, that's fine. We won't even do any of that crap if there are no frames loaded. Why am I saying if num frames equals 0, then we're doing this? What the fuck? I think it's because I was originally planning on saying if num frames equals 0, then exit select or something like that. Alright, we're reaching the end now. Oh my god, I'm doing it again. And if. Return true. Okay, so we're going to do that. Control A. Sure. Why returning true in all cases? What the? That's not the right way to do it. Wait, no, actually that would work because... Wait, no, that should be inside here, actually. Yeah, should be there. Because this will only execute if there are frames, and if its control is pressed, then... oh my god, I can hear that my throat is like fucking dying, my voice. Also, when I'm swallowing, it sounds loud and feels kind of painful, so... No farts of any kind are available. Although one is available with on sound alerts. I can't remember if it's paid. I think it's paid because someone was using it a lot. If non frames, then We'll do that. Return true. Returning true? I guess we... Do we always want to return true? No, we... Do we?
Hey. Hey.
Nice. It almost sounds like she's saying, hey, at the end.
Hey.
Hey, look over here. I guess we are actually handling it all the time. But this is only if control is pressed for these ones. Control, control. Here only handling if control is not pressed. Control. So yeah, this one should always return. Okay. Whew. I think that part is done. Bit of a mess. No, not even a bit of a mess. A mess. Sugarcoat things that don't need sugarcoating. Coat them with sugar. Okay, so if I were to do this... Fail to read any... And if I press F2 and F3, nothing should happen. Nice. And we shouldn't crash now if we load a big file in. And do live play... Oh, no, right. We stop live playback, don't we? We stop live playback. Oh, hang on. We might still crash if we do this. And then load a file, which is going to stop playback. So this is much smaller? Wait. Wait, what? Read to end a file without reaching a stop frame. Wait, hang on, what? Wait, what the hell did I try to load? Wait, what wait. What file did I just load? Oh, did I load this one? Wait, what the hell did I just load? Wait, what? Hang on a second, that shouldn't... Oh, wait, did I load this? Ah, okay, that is just plain text. Yeah, no, that shouldn't... That's not LPC. Get out of this folder. Is that what I tried to load just now? Yeah, it is. Okay. I was worried for a moment that that had failed with something that should have been actual audio, but no. It was wrong. Okay, let's put this back. And put this back. Okay, let me load a big file. Also, it did scroll to the top, which is good. And I'm gonna do this. And open a file. I should maybe make it stop at the moment you click load. Load a small one. Now, does it crash when I press F2 now? No. Oh, did I do the thing where I... Okay, never mind. I did manually set this back to 0. Okay. I think everything is working. And I'm gonna stop for now. I've still not implemented saving. Loading involved quite a bit more than I was expecting. But hopefully saving is gonna be simpler, right? Surely, right? Surely. Oh god, don't go inside. Don't take that out of context. Oh my god, what's happening to my mic? Okay, I'm gonna be ending now. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm gonna pass you on to somebody. I'm gonna get some food and I'm gonna save the kidneys. I'm gonna refund the save the kidneys redeems. Or redeem. But I think it was Exia did recently. Oh my god, it wasn't even recent anymore. When was it? Save the kidneys, it was Lotus and it was 2 hours ago? That can't be right. Oh, there we are. Ninja Zombie, 57 minutes ago, there we are. I'm gonna... Reject. Also known as a refund. And confirm the stealing of all the other bits. Alright, I want to pass you on to somebody, but oh my god. There is certainly a potential raid target. However, I would be far too scared to raid her. Akegikumo, aka Freya Holmer, is streaming right now, but I don't want to raid into her because she's cool and huge, and I've been messing around in freebie.net and she's probably like actually making, you know, good things. Anyway. Maybe when I've been working on like my pet long nuke thing, I would feel less scared to be raiding into her. That's the first time I've seen, I think that's the first time I've seen her streaming. Don't be a little bitch, Rita. But I am a little bitch. That reminds me of a song called Little Bitch, funnily enough. Wait, what? How did she pronounce that at the beginning? Okay. That's funny. No, I'm too scared. I cannot. Can I? I'm scared. What if she asks? I don't know. No, I'm too scared. Really? Imagine if someone from her chat then comes over and looks and they're like, oh, what is this nonsense? She's not even using C. Blech. Even though I usually do when I'm working on the Petlangi project. I don't know. I'm scared. Be proud. I cannot. What is proudness? I nearly said. I don't know the word. What is pride? Listen, cat. No one cares what language you're working in, and if they do, they are ass clowns. I'm scared. Oh my god, she's like... I cannot. What I'll do at the very least is show on my screen the thing. This is not 1080. It is 1080 actually. Why is it? Oh, because it's not full screen. What is going on? Oh, the second I was about to show it on the screen, she steps away from her chair. Perfect. She won't look. There we are. Perfect. She's not looking. No one. She can't see me showing her. How does this look so sharp? This chair back, like the camera quality. Anyway, she's working on stuff. Her 3D model editor thingy that I believe she's making in Unity. It does say Unity at the top, but then there's something else on the screen right now. I'm not quite sure what that is. Anyway, thank you for the pads, Nikotaya. Maybe I should raid right now, specifically on purpose while she's away. It's like all complicated matrix stuff and if you don't raid her, I'm going in our chat and spreading rumors. Good plan, fuck off! Don't you dare. I feel like I gotta wait for her to get back to be able to do the raid.
Cheese.
Jeez. I like the way it's gone onto this. Okay, she's back now. I've got no fucking excuse.
Shut up.
Dude, she has 27,000 followers. This is terrifying. Mind you, I used to raid. There was a time when I raided LumiTuber. I don't think she had 27,000. Spread my rumors. No! Fine. Alright, fine. It'd be ridiculous now if I didn't after all this flipping, deliberating. Or can't believe I'm typing these words in Twitch chat right now. /raid. Wait. Okay, we gotta decide on a raid message first. I always rush the raid messages at the end. This is like even more important now. Thank you for the pats. What should a raid message be? Nothing too weird. Damn, I was hoping that she'd do more if I muted. That's not the raid message. No, that's ridiculous. What can we say that's related to what I was doing? Man, I will never understand how people... Weird cat raid. Fine. Fucking fine. Weird cat raid. Weird cat raid it is. Weird cat raid. If you have access to the emotes, then feel free to use this. Please! We're trying to have a serious conversation here. What the fuck was that? I've never heard her make a growling noise like that before. What the fuck was that? What do you do to her? How do you do that? That was really good. I wonder if that was an artifact of the processing that's being done on Unity, or if that was actually what was output by the thingy. We'll never know, because currently it's only stored in memory. It's not even stored on disk. I couldn't play it back from disk unedited, even if I wanted to. You're welcome, Clunk. Okay, so I guess this is the raid message, or alternatively, if you don't have emotes, this is the raid message. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we are going to raid Freya, who is working on a 3D modeling app, as she calls it. I would never use the word app in that case, but anyway. So, yeah, it's like, it's always weird when the VTuber gives head pats to the flesh tuber, but I'm doing it. Actually, I'm failing to do it. There we are. 2 hours live, so hopefully she's not about to end. Anyway, that's where we're going. By the way, if you don't know Freya, you should probably check out her YouTube channel, because she has some extremely good videos for explaining things, like for programming, especially like shaders. She got like a pretty famous shader video and a fairly famous splines video. Anyway, yeah, I guess that's all for now. A weird chat raid is going through. I can't believe I'm doing this, man. Alright. Thank you for being here! I am sliding away now. You're all very cool. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I can't believe I finally managed to do 3 streams a week. I hadn't been recently. Oh my god. Shush! Silence! You're pushing the raid messages out of you. Thank you. Bye. Phew. Damn it. The next music began.